92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores, WKRK-FM, and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Brunswick Automart. Save thousands below new car prices and over 350 premium certified and pre-owned vehicles at BrunswickAutomart.com. Cavaliers forward Evan Mobley, big in the victory against the Hawks on Wednesday. 22 points, tied a career high with 19 rebounds. Since the All-Star break, Mobley's averaged 19 points and 10 boards a contest, shooting 62% from the floor. Head coach Kenny Axon on what's led to Mobley's turnaround.
It was a mentality switch post-All-Star. Like I said, I keep saying he came back with a chip on his shoulder. Wasn't satisfied how the first part of the season went. And, guys just must refocus, collect themselves. And we've obviously been really intentional about getting him the ball deeper in the paint. And that helps with James's ability to find him.
Cavs back to work tonight. Going to be down in Atlanta this time to take on the Hawks. Donovan Mitchell had 31 points Wednesday night. Not going to play, resting his sore right ankle. Cavs now a full game in back of the Knicks for the number 3 spot in the Eastern Conference. New York beating Boston last night 112-106. Only way the Cavs pass New York is if they win their final 2 games and New York loses their final 2. Guardians back to work tonight. Going to be starting a 3-game series in Atlanta. Going to take on the Braves. Slade Ciccone is going to get the start for the Guardians. 0-1, 5.23 ERA. Masters got going on Thursday. Defending champion Rory McIlroy sharing the lead with Sam Burns, each shooting 500 pars on Thursday. They are up by 2 strokes. Second round gets going later on this morning. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
Baseball, basketball, and the Browns. It's why you need the afternoon drive. Weekdays starting at 2. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
This is the time of year I start to talk myself and have a better record than what I think they're going to have. Usually around this time, we're 2 weeks away from the draft, and I'm looking at it going, well, they can't be any worse than they've been offensively. If they're close to what they've been defensively, he's shaking his head in there. He can't believe I'm about to do it again. I don't want to be a broken record every year, but I can't help myself. I heard Todd Monken's press conference yesterday, and I'm thinking, again, it can't be worse than what they've been offensively the last couple of years. It's just impossible. Second, if they're close to where they were defensively last year, their schedule isn't as bad as what it's been in the past.
It's a great schedule.
It's a great schedule. It's a 7-win team, at least, right? When it comes to Miles, I'm like, yeah, I'd be very excited. And I do know this. I'm telling you, I know how I am. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, they're going to win 7 games. And if Miles was there, maybe I'd think they were going to win 8 games. And here I am starting to talk myself into silly things that I'm going to pay for during the season.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Misguided Optimism. Good morning.
Hey, Kenny. Happy Friday to you.
Oh, shut up. Don't talk like that. Coming in hot, coming up at 9:45. You can do it then. How are you?
I'm good.
All right. Now, we said this during the podcast yesterday, the emerging podcast scene, which you can find on the free Odyssey app, which also, can I say something real quick? I might get texted, but I'm getting ready to get rid of my phone here, so I'm not going to see it. If you are having the same problem with the Alexa that I am, say sports radio before you say 92.3 The Fan. Because I don't know what's going on with the Alexas.
What problem are you having, Kenny?
Do you know that? Are you having the same problem I had?
No.
Because Baskin apparently had the same problem I had. I'm going, well, wait a damn minute here, where I have to say sports in my bedroom and in my office, I have to say sports radio 92.3 The Fan beforehand. If I don't say sports radio, if I just say 92.3 The Fan, it takes me to one of our sister stations.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what in the world is happening in Ken's bedroom.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. Yeah, you have to say, at least in my house, I've had to say sports over the last few days. I don't know what's going on. So hopefully that'll be fixed with the fine folks at Amazon.
You have that sign up that says, this is a sports radio house.
Yes, this is a sports radio house, yes. We have to do that. So
before you go into the bathroom.
Yeah.
Sports radio laboratory.
So we talked about this on the emerging podcast scene, which you can find on the free Odyssey app, and you can play it all over, including your smart speakers.
Apple Podcasts,
yes.
Spotify, all of them.
The emerging podcast scene, where we had an idea talking about the Masters yesterday. I don't remember how it got brought up.
I
Because
do.
we're getting
I
ready
do.
to talk about NCAA sports. What?
Well, it's just that we approached it a little bit, on the show, was that people were coming out of the Masters over the last few years and out of the practice round on Wednesday or the part 3 or whatever, and everybody was saying how liberating it was to get rid of their phones in a communal exercise to really reestablish the human bonds that strangers and friends and loved ones are all supposed to have at all times.
And Mark Calcavecchia got kicked out the other day for using his cell phone on the grounds. So we had an idea going, we're going to do a whole show without phones.
And we've had some Fridays. Let's put all out there now.
We've been distracted.
Yes. And I never used to be all that distracted before wife, kids, responsibilities. Really, it was just an extension of what was happening the night before on my phone.
Yeah.
So
you were never distracted before people depended on it.
I looked over it.
Exactly.
There were a couple of those night befores that spilled over where he didn't catch me looking over his shoulder. And boy, there was some spicy conversation with a few 23 and 22-year-olds. And
23 and me was a whole different meaning. So anyway, Owen, do you want to now? Owen is not going to be a part of this exercise.
He's important. He's a producer. He's got he's
got the boss.
Yeah.
Yes, and young John, we don't even know to include him in any of our radio bits yet because he hasn't passed the probationary period.
Yes.
So if you would like to come in, Owen, and officially collect the phones,
Ceremonial collection.
All right.
Well, I have an issue here.
We're not looking at phones during the breaks at all.
No phones during the breaks. Well, can you use your phone in the bathroom at?
No.
You can't use your phone in the can at Augusta National.
Well,
People
you'd have
just
to
hang out in the bathrooms all day.
No.
Yeah, amen corner. How about what's happening in here? Say your prayers in here.
You wouldn't believe it, but the bathrooms at Augusta National, filthy. I have no idea. I've never been there.
Like the Notre Dame library?
Well, it was clean until you walked in there.
So, here's another question.
The best was you chuckling while it was going on.
Can we negotiate a halfway glimpse at the phone?
After about last night at 7:45, where we're talking about shopping photos of a head coach and a reporter in an embrace.
Will you allow it, Owen, or no? Are the phones gone for the entirety of the show?
We got to be able to look at it once.
I'll do it like I do it with my children. If you guys stay locked in for the next hour and 40 minutes.
Okay. I'm in. I can be locked in.
Okay.
I can be locked in.
Now, you
have to earn it, though, Kenny.
Well, this is I have another issue here. My wife has a doctor's appointment this morning.
Of course.
And she has an injection she has to take. And, my in-laws are coming into town. And I'm like, yeah, here's the hotline number. I'm committed to this. And anything you need, you got to call into the hotline number, and you got to tell me live on the radio. And she goes, you are a psycho. And I said, absolutely I am. So I'm going to be giving my phone tomorrow to Owen, and anything you got to tell me, we got to be talking about on the radio. She may be calling for a divorce. We don't know. We may find out later on.
That does sound like
What if they call in during coming in hot, and she asks me for a divorce?
So that does sound very serious.
Yeah.
I have a Heinen's pickup order after work.
Oh,
and
come on.
There have been some issues of late, and I've been getting the texts from my wife in real time. So I texted my wife, if there are any issues, including the Heinen's pickup order, here is the hotline number to call in and talk to Owen.
I've been to Heinen's twice in my life. I'm a little intimidated. I feel I don't belong there.
Wait, so this just turned into me being a messaging service for you?
You are now.
Come here, messenger boy, and take our phones.
I've got my switchboard up.
Yeah, but you get to decide.
Doing my hair like Dottie.
Dottie in the hair. You have to decide, Owen, which messages are important enough to get. Remember when Peggy Olson was handling the messaging at first for Don Draper before she started to get elevated in the company.
I don't have to do all the same stuff she did, right?
Yeah, like explaining where Lima is.
On the first night with Peter.
Where's Pete at?
All right, here we go. Collect the phones.
Come get the phones.
So I did text my wife.
I'm gonna come get the phones.
We no longer have the phones.
I'm not even texting her. It's just
You're not even telling her? So what is she going to do?
Well, it's a radio show. I'm not going off to war. See you on the other side, lady. You'll be fine at 9:55. You'll be fine. I'm sure of it. I have faith in you. We'll be good.
Nice phones.
Thank you. My wife just got mine. Which people were making fun of you going, you got an orange phone? And she said that's the only one they had. Whatever. There you go. So, yeah, the phone is gone, and that's it.
Oh, I got to tell you, already, I haven't needed to look down. I mean, if you would catch me on camera, the amount of times I look down at my phone.
My watch might buzz.
You've got to take the watch.
Yeah,
get this out of here. Get this out of here.
Yeah, get my watch out of there. Get it out of there. Get it the hell out. So there we go. It's Masters Friday.
Do you want to take my ankle bracelet? Do you want to take my ankle bracelet?
Of course I'm going to take that.
Hello, friends.
It needs some charging.
Yeah, it's a Masters Friday on the show, and we've decided to get rid of our phones.
My
Are there any
rings.
beepers in there?
Freeing. I feel free. I feel naked.
This is amazing.
I feel right is how I feel this morning. All right. Good morning.
We're gonna lock it in. Let's lock
locked
it in. Let's go.
What if we start hitting each other in the face because we're so locked in and we didn't have anything to distract us? So last night, because at first I got kind of excited for you, and then I thought, God, you're a sick individual. Not because I was willing to give up my phone while my wife is having some sort of a doctor's appointment today, but because I don't like to get excited about injury. I've told you this. This is where I separate the line between me and you, that I'm not such a dark individual where you have wrung your hands together going, oh, we're going to take advantage of the injury. I've tried not to. I've tried to be above it, whatever. Last night, Jaylen Brown's out for an Achilles strain. No, tendonitis? Is that what they had it as?
Look it up on your phone.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay, thank you very much. I couldn't look it up on my phone. See, now I got to have it all up here, like Pete Franklin used to in a newspaper. So he's out for Achilles tendonitis last night. They lose to the Knicks. And I'm going, oh, my God, it's ass-kissing time for Lima. If this guy is out, oh, my God, like everybody's going to have to kiss his ass. I swear to God, that's what I thought. I go, he has been calling people out for really the bulk of a month, maybe even 6 weeks, has been calling people out about negative feelings. And, hey, you got to roll the dice. You got to get this thing set up just the way you want because anything could happen. You mentioned Indiana last year. And I've been lockstep with you for the most part. I've tried to see the other side just to get the emotions because emotions are hard to explain, and this has been a really bizarre year. But hearing this, I don't know if he's going to be out for the entire postseason or anything like that. I don't think he's going to be out for I think if he had to play, he probably would have played, right? Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, that was the sense I was getting from Boston reporters. So he's fine.
So he's... Well, it's when the Achilles word is thrown out there.
I was surprised. Yeah, the designation. I was surprised because normally they just say knee tendonitis or whatever.
Okay,
hangnail.
So if he's like healthy, then fine, whatever. But if there was any sort of like a modicum of injury, then you would go, oh, geez, because this is setting up the way we want it. There is a however here though. Last night, because the Cavs are trying to thread this weird needle, and we're doing this weird balancing act where. You won 2 nights ago. You play Atlanta tonight. From everything I've heard, it is not going to be a full roster down there.
Right. They did already, according to the reporters, Donovan Mitchell, Jarrett Allen, Sam Merrill, and Thomas Bryant are all out. Jalen Tyson, who you kind of want to see back now because it's kind of brutal. Someone who only played 12 minutes in the playoffs last year, so in his career. Kind of brutal to just say, all right, Tyson, go back out there and reintroduce yourself to your teammates during the most important stretch of the year. Like, you'd like to see him get some playtime, but they have already made the decision. And Donovan was the tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, Donovan's somebody who even said he didn't want to tempt the basketball gods in any of this.
So allegedly, even some of these guys might not even make the trip tonight down to Atlanta to take on the Hawks. Is James Harden in or out?
Right now, James Harden is a go, which surprises me.
Well, because you know about the history about Atlanta, Georgia, and James Harden, so that's always going to be something that people are paying attention to, certainly on the poly markets and the Kalshi and all the other stuff.
Denzel in the hotel room at the end of flight.
Anywho, was it the banana boat?
Banana boat?
Okay, I want to be that guy. Anyway, right now the Raptors have the 5 seed.
Yeah, so this kind of happened out of nowhere. We've been talking so much about Atlanta.
And this is difficult. Because, I got on the phone with you yesterday. You talked to some insiders, one of which won't speak to me, whatever. The Cavs feel very confident against the Atlanta Hawks.
That is the overwhelming message that I got out of my phone call.
Like, maybe even too confident against the Atlanta Hawks.
We will see.
And the Raptors, you haven't always matched up well with the Raptors.
Well, they beat us.
Atlanta's a tough team, but
They early in the season, and we're talking. Remember
it's
when
a different team?
Remember when the Cavs were a 500 team, and we were like, they're the most disappointing team in the NBA. It wasn't the halfway point, but it was pretty substantially 33 or so games through the year. I remember saying that, and they had lost 3 times to Toronto. It was a weird scheduling quirk that they played them. Now they had injuries.
It was 3 before November 24th. Well, November 24th was the 4th game.
Yeah, and
third game that they.
And I remember going, man, people are going to say Scotty Barnes is better than Evan Mobley, and they were starting to say that.
Somebody tried to make that argument, and I was like, well, even considering it a year ago, I got killed for it. Even considering it. So now you have possibly the Toronto Raptors here with 2 games left to go in the regular season. Listen, guys, I don't know. It's been such a bizarre year. I don't know how many of you even care right now. I think some of us are just like, get to next week, get to the postseason, let's get going. But they have made this incredibly important. If they're making it so important, then I guess I have to look at it as important because there's a lot at stake here. Like if they lose anywhere but the Eastern Conference, if they lose anywhere lower than the Eastern Conference Finals, I mean, we're talking about some serious conversations here about this basketball team, not just switching out head coaches and things like that. We're having real serious conversations about the future of this team and whether or not it stays as a team that can win 50-plus games, or we're talking about a 19-win team here very shortly. Like, that's a significant thing. So I understand where it's not the sexiest conversation, guys. It's hard to sink your teeth into a team trying to figure out whether or not they want to compete or not in the final 2 games of the season when they're playing Atlanta, which they could face starting next week, maybe not. And then they play Washington on Sunday on Fan Appreciation Night, where honestly, you could roll the 98 Cavs out there, and Washington will still find a way to lose to you. So you have these things that are going on. While it's not the juiciest, I will admit, it's very important. It's very important because, again, if they don't get to where they're trying to go and they're setting this up to go instead of just flipping the switch and rolling through everybody in the regular season, there will be a hefty price to pay for this ball club. 216-474-0092. It's the no phone show. I've already reached for my phone, and it's not there.
It's weird. It's a tick.
It's the no phone show. It's Masters Friday on the Fan. No phone show Friday. Coming in hot at 9:45. I don't know how I'm going to promote it on social media. I have all my videos. I got nothing because I don't have my phone.
Oh, no. Can you direct Owen to do it for you?
Something else I saw on my phone last night. Can we claim victory in the trade? Or if we do, are Browns fans just reaching a new level of pathetic, and am I leading them into it? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. That in 5 minutes on the Fan. Northeast Factory Direct. Nothing pathetic.
as fast as sports, and now every play is faster than ever before. Know the risks. Learn more at pausebeforeyouplay.org. Brought to you by the Cuyahoga County Problem Gambling Coalition and the Adams Board. In crisis now, dial 988.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Well, I want to know if we have to claim victory here for your Cleveland Browns already. Are we ready for Laser Eyes Andrew Berry? After I explain this to you, folks, real quick, we do have Daryl Ruiter joining us at 8:20 this morning, and Jason Benetti, who is the voice of NBC Sunday Night Baseball, one of the finest people in broadcasting, one of the finest play-by-play broadcasters out there. Like, to me, he's not Fana because Fana's a close personal friend of ours. Maybe Benetti will be a close personal friend of ours by the end of all of this. Maybe he'll be up there, but he's like right underneath Fana for me. Because I don't know the guy personally, but I know Fana personally.
Here's the
That's
thing
how
about
it goes.
Benetti, and I've crossed paths with him when I was up in Syracuse. He was calling the AAA games at the time. There's so much jealousy in the sports broadcasting business, especially Syracuse guys.
Did he have the door open from the bathroom looking over like the other guy we know?
Don't comment on that.
Moving on.
So the thing about Benetti is nobody actually is jealous of him. He's the one guy where people are like, he deserves it. He's good. He's awesome.
That's a good point. Because he is good.
Yeah.
He is really good.
Like Parkins, Nick Wright, the bevy of, not Filipponi, because what's there to be jealous of, but all these guys that have gotten huge, like Syracuse guys will snipe at other Syracuse guys. Nobody's jealous of Jason Benetti. People are like, that guy's awesome.
One of the days, those other two are going to open up the book for Pony, and you're going to regret this nasty stuff you say because you know he listens to every word because he rips us off. 216-474-0092. So, yeah, Pony rips off the show, and Pony's not successful.
They're probably collecting the phones the first hour of their show today.
We don't have our phones on us, so don't text us unless you're my wife, and then maybe Owen will get the message to me, but we're pretending like we're at the Masters right now. Evan Sideri, who is, hopefully I'm saying his name right, he is an NFL reporter. I check it to make sure, there's 66,000 followers because you never know. And I think that, we've had him on the station, I think, before. Ian Rappaport is saying that technically the Jaguars are planning to make Travis Hunter a full-time cornerback. And immediately I went, well, do we win the trade? Now, I don't believe in – I firmly don't try to win trades. I think the best trades are partnerships where both teams can try to do their best to get better because you don't want to be a team that – like, I look at the Texans. I don't trust anything the Texans send us anymore. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I know we just got Titus Howard, and I hope he's good, but I'm just like, man, anything that the Texans do with us, I just my God. But it seems that they're going to make Travis Hunter a full-time corner, which probably he should be. Okay, that there will be a couple of packages. It seems that their plans, according to Ian Rappaport, is to make him a more full-time corner. Well, you don't trade up to number 2 from where was it, number 11? You don't trade up to number 2 for a full-time corner. Unless that corner is Deion Sanders, but even Deion Sanders wasn't Deion Sanders when he was in college. He was a great player, but it wasn't Deion. He's 5th overall. Do we win the trade, or, let me ask, do I have to be quiet because one team made the playoffs and it wasn't us last year?
No, I thought, honestly, it was a win on draft night. Now, it's not just because I had said the things I'd said about Travis Hunter that I was not nearly I wasn't as impressed. Like, obviously, he was amazing in college, and he was so much fun to watch. But I thought the conversations got carried away as we were getting closer to the draft, as they tend to do for somebody like him who's a freak of nature. I said, whenever was this guy considered like the best wide receiver or the combination of both, the best corner, I'm like, I don't remember ever hearing this. And I think we got closer to the draft, and people got intoxicated with the thought of seeing a two-way player because we don't see him. Which when I was younger, like guys have felt like got more of an opportunity. Who was it for the New England Patriots on their original Super Bowl runs? Was it Troy Brown?
Troy Brown, yeah. Played corner.
And
some corner.
It was awesome to see, but it was, I don't want to call
You'd
it
rather
a
not have
gimmick.
to do it.
You'd rather not have
to do it. Yeah, I don't even know if it's gimmick. I think that most of these things are born out of necessity. You got a guy that goes down. All of a sudden, it's like, well, I got to put a guy out there at corner. I got to do something with a safety. Did you play safety in college? Yeah, I played a little bit of safety. I was recruited as a safety. Then I became a wide. Something like that. Yes.
Well, it was the 5th overall pick that they traded for, and if he was just a cornerback, you would have just picked him at 5. He would have been there at 5.
There you go. That's exactly. And I hit
ended
the
up
brake a
also
little bit.
giving up pick 36 and pick 124
because I think of
126.
this situation. If I'm doing Champions Pose and I'm going, yeah, we got the Jags. Like, one team did make the playoffs last year, and one team's probably looking to make the playoffs again. And again, it still ain't us.
Right.
And
I understand that.
It's like a weird. There's a weird analogy to it. It's a little greasy. Like, I had a buddy. He was pretty greasy in college. Who he was maybe sleeping with this other guy's girlfriend. And the other guy did not know it and hated my buddy Patrick. Hated him. And I remember there was like a big, like a jacket thing, some giveaway. I don't know. We were at the radio station, and this one guy wins something. And he goes right up to the guy, and the guy's making fun of him, and it's like a jacket. And I sound like Richie Aprile. And he goes up to him, and he's making fun of him because he didn't win the jacket. It was up to them, too. And he goes, "You keep the jacket. I'll have the sex." And it almost became a fist fight.
Yeah, I imagine so.
And then it became a fist fight afterwards after we actually walked outside.
That is rubbing it in.
And I think about this going, yeah, we'll keep the pick. We'll go to the playoffs. So I can't.
What an analogy. That's incredible.
Because I'm trying to clean it up because there was obviously some salty language being thrown around.
Might
it was
be
pretty
one of your best
tawdry.
ones ever.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to protect the innocent here, and we'll talk more about that coming up at 7:45 with pictures being shopped around on TMZ and everything. But this is kind of how I'm thinking. Like, can I do laser eyes? Can I talk about 4D chess with Andrew Berry? My team's won 5 games last year.
I have to say,
and the other team went to the playoffs. Now, I don't think it's going to help long term, but
normally I would come in and say, Kenny, this is lunacy. We're the bad team. No, that was to me more of the formal start of the rebuild. By trading out of the sexy pick.
That's the fair.
And
That's
doing
fair.
the responsible thing.
Exactly.
Now, you're not going to like my next part of this.
Go ahead.
Which is probably the next part of the rebuild should have been trading Myles Garrett. Because I have said the whole time, and I know I know no one's going to want to hear that, but a responsible GM in really igniting the rebuild would have been to get that massive haul for Myles Garrett because look at your timetable. Look at your and I know Myles still looks like he's in his absolute prime, so it's debatable.
I got more about that coming up here in less than 10 minutes. Because I'm done with something, but I'll talk about that later. That is part of it. I thought you were going to lead me to another thing, and I wanted to talk about this later too, even with Daryl, but I'll say it now. I'm seeing some people saying, let's stop this trade back bleep. It's time to go out and take a player. And I'm going, the responsible thing is probably to trade back in this draft. And for a guy like Andrew Berry, if you're able to get, like, if you trade Myles Garrett for first-round picks in the future, it's like, okay, your job's done here. Like, you'll be fired after the end of the year. You're a lame duck. You've done probably what's best for the franchise, but you're a lame duck general manager. If he were able to get another first-round pick in 2027, like we read some reports that Dallas, because Dallas is crazy, maybe they're willing to trade up with you. And I'm thinking, if I can get a first-round pick from the Cowboys for next year for 2027, damn it, I can't say fully because I don't know how this season's going to go. And if the bottom falls out and these young players don't look good and this draft looks bad, like there's no argument I can make. But damn it, if you're able to get a first-round pick from last year and Travis Hunter's already being switched to a full-time corner, allegedly, and I'm able to get a 2027 first-round pick out of another trade going into next year and a draft that should be better than this one. I know, but should be better than this one. I'm like, man, I'm almost willing to guarantee this guy's future with this franchise going, all right, you had one quarterback who, even though I didn't want the guy, nobody could deny that quarterback was more physically gifted than the quarterback we already had. Even I couldn't. I didn't want to make the trade, and I'll take it to the grave, and anybody who listened back then knows where I was on that. And vehemently was on that. However, you knew that one guy was better. maybe you actually do trust him to go, okay, you've made another first-round pick. Maybe you get another whack at this, taking a guy in 2027. Now, that's a lot to say on an April morning before even this 2026 draft. But I'm just thinking, man, if you're able to get another first-round pick, if you're willing to trade down, do the responsible thing, and somebody's willing to go up, you already, I think, got the better help for you with Mason Graham. I think Mason Graham is already had a solid start to his career. I think he's going to blossom into a very good defensive lineman and be very, very good with this defensive front. That all pointed out, maybe you can have it happen again where the responsible thing is to trade back and do it. I'm just wondering still, can I celebrate this thing? I don't think I can celebrate it. I just look at it and go, it was still a nice, responsible decision. We got ourselves a solid player and a solid foundation for the future.
And look, those are the tough decisions, especially with a fan base that they started. Remember, the conversations about Travis Hunter really ratcheted up before the draft last year. I mean, if you recall, a lot of the shows we were doing, I mean, people really got excited about him. And so the organization is like, nope, that sexy player that you're going to be able to market, they're going to be putting on all the billboards because he's, going to be a two-way player, this unique unicorn of football players. No, we're taking the guy in the trenches, not even a sack guy, even though Mason Graham actually ended up showing some of that potential too. You're just taking a guy that's going to clog the lanes. And they did it. And the more important part of it was they got a draft pick. Now, unfortunately, Jacksonville ended up being so good that you kept every week. It seemed like, what are we picking 35th in the first round next year?
Yeah.
Like, it was crazy. But still, you did the right thing. And hopefully, you're going to end up seeing the outcomes be pretty solid in this year's draft.
A team giveaway coming up at 9 o'clock for the fan mock draft next Thursday. Also, Jason Benetti, voice of NBC Sunday Night Baseball. We will talk Guardians, Braves with him coming up at 9:05. 216-474-0092. Should we claim victory in the trade with Travis Hunter and the Cleveland Browns going back to last year's draft for Andrew Berry? And I'm done with this until Miles actually comes out and says it. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on The Fan.
Must be physically located in Ohio.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Like, I really want to do it. It just seems a little bit on the pathetic side for me to celebrate and say, well, this is a win of a trade. Like, if we were in the playoffs, like, honestly, if both teams were to make the playoffs, I don't want to wish ill on the Jags. I got nothing against them. If both teams were to make the playoffs and we got Mason Graham and they had the same issue with Travis Hunter, I'd go, we got you. Fleeced you. Can't do it. We weren't a playoff team last year. We're not now. I think we can win more than 5 games this year. What's the over under? 6.5 right now for the Browns.
Which is the best it's been
I think they can hit the over, and I think they will hit the over this year. I'll tell you that right now. Now,
you told us yesterday 7.
Yeah, the messenger telling you right now, you might not feel that you're very confident in that. That's fine. Lima, do you think they'll hit the over right now?
I don't.
Okay, well, there you go.
Hold on. Obviously, you still have a draft, and you still have potential trades that could go on. Because you're seeing that later and later, the way that the calendar is working. So I reserve the right.
So you think they're just going to get 6?
I mean, I've been in the 5 to 6 category.
Because I look at the schedule. It's a bad schedule, meaning that you're playing a lot of and hey, you're going to circle teams, and they're going to circle you. I understand how that goes.
Also, a lot of teams with new coaches. I know that goes without saying in the NFL, where a third of the league changes coaches.
You can't be as bad as what you were last year offensively. I don't know how it's possible unless everybody gets hurt. Or unless these offensive linemen just cannot understand how each other's feet work at all, and you have problems there. Maybe that's it, but I just don't understand how you could be as bad as you were last year. So I look at the schedule, I look at the offense, I look at the defense still probably being the same, which we'll get to here in a second. I see all that, and I go, you can get to 7 wins. And so if you're better than what you were last year, fine. But if they were both playoff teams and one team was with the Travis Hunter trade, I'd say we got you. I'd say we fleeced you. I can't say it right now because my team's probably not going to go to the playoffs again this year, and their team probably is. They're expected to go to the playoffs this year. So because of that, I wish I could say got you. I can't do it. There's another thing that I think I'm done talking about until he says it. I'm going to play something for you guys. You ain't going to like it, and you guys are going to accuse me of fanning the flames, but it is a national guy, and it is a listen to man, a person who gets a lot of page views. I don't know if that's the best way to sell him. This is Mike Florio, and again, he's talking about you-know-who, and the Browns moving on from you-know-who.
Mixed signals continue to emerge from Cleveland about the future of defensive end Myles Garrett. The team says he's not getting traded, and they're never trading him. But they redo his contract in a way that would make it easier to trade him. And then Myles Garrett doesn't show up for the offseason program, and he's reportedly not going to be there at all. It just feels like there's an opening. There's an opportunity for someone to make the Browns an offer they can't refuse. Think of it this way. No one has reported that the Browns are getting calls and slamming down the phone regarding the possibility of a Myles Garrett trade. And this is the time of year that calls are made throughout the league about anyone who could be, maybe, possibly will be available. So, not saying it will happen, but I'm not saying it won't happen either, and time will tell how long Myles Garrett remains with the Cleveland Browns.
Unless I'm an audio courtesy of Pro Football Talk, unless I finally reached my wit's end yesterday. So I'm about to lay down some rules.
Just for the full disclosure, there's nothing better than when Ken has had enough. When he finally said, I'm not taking it anymore.
And I text the group.
Enough.
I text the group, and immediately our boss makes fun of me, going, okay, Tubby, we'll see. I got to lay down some rules here because it's almost like he's begging it to be talked into existence. Florio's a guy who covers everything, and he covers it to an intense degree where you're like, Uncle, forget it. And we went around and around, and we got into it the day after Myles swung the helmet at Mason Graham, right? Mason Rudolph. So it was a very weird morning that morning. But I am so tired of trying to be talked into it. Listen, I think that there's a lot of people out there who are Browns fans who, if they are offered, I think that they would sit there with their friends. If they were offered something, if they're at the bar tonight and you said, well, I'll get you 3 first-round picks, you probably do it. You probably do it. I understand that. I understand that people have come around to the idea. But regular Browns fans have come around to the idea. But talking about it every day ain't going to help me. And it don't make me any more sane. And it starts to get me mad. I understand that the reason they talk about it is because your team ain't good. If you were an 11-win team last year, you ain't talking about it. But you're a 5-win team last year, so people are going to try to take your great player, your number one player, your first ballot Hall of Famer, and they're going to try to put him with a good team. We used to do it with Calvin Johnson back in the day. We're going to try to put your player with a really good football team. That's how this is going to go. And it's happened with other guys. I've got to the point where either A, I know that if there's a sourced report that says that they're shopping him or he has asked for a trade, that's where I'm at right now. I am done. That to me is the last audio that I'm going to play. And I understand that I'm writing a big check here, and you guys will call me out on it, and maybe I'll have to go back on it. I don't want to. I don't plan to. But I am getting tired of playing speculative garbage, and that's the last piece of speculative garbage that I want to play about moving on from this guy and whatever picks we can get. If it happens on draft night, it happens on draft night. I'm pointing out, I don't think it's a complete impossibility. I'm saying I'm done entertaining it until there's something that has any concrete to it at all.
Well, you're tired of the conversation,
I am so tired of it because I'm trying to get ready for a season.
Yeah.
And I just said, we'll win 7 games this year. We might be able to win more than 7 games. You ain't doing any of that without him.
No. I mean, unless Shador is amazing.
Exactly.
Sean is amazing.
Exactly. So you're not getting to 7, 8, 9 wins the way some people are tweeting at me right now. You're not getting to those wins without 95. You didn't get the 5 wins without 95.
It would change every conversation.
You won the Pittsburgh game last year just by him being on the football field.
By him showing up.
And everybody said he didn't even show up in the game. No, he showed up. He was on the field. That's how much of a difference he makes. The rest of the team, the defense is great. The offense was sucked out loud. I am moving on as if Myles Garrett is a part of this football team. And until I see anything concrete sourced from any one of our fine local people or anything that comes out from the Rappaports and the Schefters and the et cetera, especially Schefter because, they're going to give it to him. And then obviously that's when the real stuff is going on because it's a PR arm. Yeah, then I'll discuss it. But, man, I think Browns fans are done. I think we're ready to look forward to a season and stop looking back on the past. And we're ready to look forward to all this and get ready for the 2026 season. Because you know what? If you're going to give me an extra first-round pick in 2027 or 2026 for the guy, that ain't going to do me any damn bit of difference because we're all talking about how bad this draft is, Tone. So that's where I got to tell you, I'm just done. I'm tired.
Yeah, at a certain point.
I'm exhausted. I think it's insulting to me.
Yeah, at
it's
a certain
insulting
point,
to my feelings and to Browns fans.
I think it becomes wasted energy if that's a big part of the conversation that always comes back to. But part of it is I feel like he fuels it by just not doing the things like showing up day one with the new head coach and the new coaching staff. And I know
but I don't.
I know we revisit that conversation. I realize that. But it just didn't look good when Lamar Jackson did. Like, that's just a thing it's another thing on the checklist, like, oh, their guy showed up, our guy didn't. Like, that just sucks for a certain element of the fan base. Some fans don't care at all. Whatever. They don't ever care about that kind of stuff to begin with. But it's just another rung of, hey, can this guy ever be the leader he's also paid to be in addition to what he's paid to do on the field? Because it just does feel like he just never has his heart in that stuff for the Cleveland Browns.
Should I put my thumb on this, or should I owe it to you guys to discuss it when it is discussed on a national level? 216-474-0092. Daryl Ruiter, 8:20 this morning. Jason Benetti, voice of NBC Sunday Night Baseball at 9:05. And after hearing this from an insider, it's going to be about as positive about the team as you're going to get because you've been pretty down on the Cleveland Cavaliers lately. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, that coming up in 5 on The Fan.
They live in this other level where I think the Knicks live in as well. You're a top 10 team in the NBA. That's still a good team. You don't stink. You don't stink.
The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nobody wants on a Friday. Guess what? All the Red Whites have today.
All right, you've been down on the Cavs, and when you hear what we're about to tell you, what really Lima's about to tell you, what he heard from some people over there, maybe you're going to be feeling a hell of a lot better about him. That coming up here in moments. However, today it's day 2 of the Masters, and they don't allow phones at the Masters. So for whatever reason during the podcast yesterday, Lima said we should do a show without phones. We do not have our phones on us.
Oh, and has anything been noticeable
Yes.
about the show, or is it because I haven't been fiending for my phone yet?
I have.
You've been getting twitchy?
Yeah. My wife
He's
is
starting to scratch his arms.
My wife is having like an injection today at the doctor's, and
She's
I was like, yeah.
My wife's having a life or death procedure. I don't have my phone. I have no access to it.
I'm going, well, I'm going to still get rid of my phone for the show because you know what? What's more important than the show? Nothing.
But if
not even you.
If our wives had any understanding of entertainment value and show business at a very low level, you'd think they'd be having some fun with this.
Nah, they won't. They won't. Nothing's fun.
There's been no calls into the hotline.
Yours are little, and they're running around. Mine are getting ready for school, so there's not going to be any of that. Maybe, God, if one of them acts up and I get to yell at them over the radio, that'd be amazing. Because I've had to go into the other room during breaks.
Patch him through.
Yeah. Owen is going to let us look at our show right after about last night. Apparently, he will, as long as we're good.
We'll see.
He will let us look at our phones.
You've earned it.
Right during the show.
The more you bring it up, the less likely it's going to happen.
Then I'm done.
Also, if our friends had any understanding of entertainment value, they would be sending us the most obscene videos and pictures.
Well, both of our phones are locked, right? I got to give Owen my passcode. I'll give Owen my passcode. I don't care. I don't care what he looks at my phone.
I'll tell you mine right on air right now.
Like the time Kenny gave out my cell phone number.
That's a real thing that happened.
And then didn't let me dump it somehow, some way. That was a fun day. Anyway, yeah, no phones today. No phones, and my Apple Watch is off, so I can't get we're at Augusta National in our heads, so I can't get any messages. There's one way they can get a hold of us. That's the hotline, and anything they say to us has to be said on the air. So if one of us left a skid mark or one of us did something terrible, you're going to hear about it live on the air if one of us, our wives call, or any other family members call. So that's what we have going for us today. Just real quick to finish this up. Yeah, I said I'm done with the Miles conversation. What's the percentages you believe me?
Oh, I believe you 100%.
Because 100%, I will fight my ass off to not have that conversation after the 6:45 segment we just had.
Yeah, like I could tell, even after in discussing the Mike Florio audio to play, Kenny was at wit's end.
I'm hemming and hawing and didn't like it. So I will
You're
fight
telling me Wednesday before the draft when Adam Schefter tweets out, sources indicate to me that...
That's Schefter. But I'm saying is, if they're on First Take or they're on Breakfast Ball or they're on Danny Parkin's show or something like that, and somebody goes, you know what, this isn't a great draft, so they're going to cook up some sort of a trade and say, who says no? Like when they're talking about Jalen Hurts and his future with the Eagles. Or the best part was I saw yesterday was Lamar Jackson, are we at the end of his prime with the Baltimore Ravens right now, which I guess is something to consider. You're cooking up content. Well, the easiest content is trading the Defensive Player of the Year 2 times over. I'm just not going to entertain it anymore. Because at some point, I got to look forward to the season. The season is with Myles Garrett.
So you don't think it's believable that they could trade him then?
I don't think it's believable that they could.
Right.
Are you saying? Well, anything's believable. It's Cleveland Browns. But
well, then why won't you entertain these conversations?
Because I think that they're just shouting into the wind. I don't think that the owner wants to trade him. See, now I am having the conversation. Damn it, I didn't want to.
Oh.
All right. Well, I respect you enough. I'll have the conversation with you, and I'll have the conversation. I don't respect him as much as you, but I'll have the conversation with you.
Thing. We'll power rank who you respect on the show later.
I don't think the owner. I don't think Jimmy wants to trade him. I don't think Jimmy wants to trade him at all, and I don't think that Andrew wants to trade him for a multitude of reasons we've already talked about. Where you don't want to be known in NFL history on your Wikipedia page long after you're dead as the guy who traded for you made the worst possible trade in the world for a terrible quarterback that's played 19 games for you, that your own fan base doesn't want to see and blames you for it, being the spearhead of that, and you don't want to turn around and trade the best player of the generation defensively and maybe by the time it's all done, the all-time leader in sacks. I don't think anybody wants that on their Wikipedia page, on their headstone, anywhere. You already got one of those knocks against you. You don't want the other. So he's going to do everything he can. If somebody comes in and there's a sourced thing, then yes, I guess I'll have to break the rule and I'll talk about it. I owe it to everybody to talk about it. But there's so many better conversations. I'd rather have conversations about Lonnie Chisenhall and Chase DeLauder and the similarities in their play, their swing, the way they live their lives. I don't give a damn. I'd rather have those conversations. I'd rather sit there and talk about Jared Allen and whether or not he can give it a go and how well his knee is and bitching with Nick and Anthony about who hates the Cavs, who loves the Cavs, who hates who. I'd much rather have those conversations. I'd rather sit here and break down CeCe Mawanoa and what he does right and what he does wrong, because I just don't think that Myles Garrett is getting traded, and I don't like messing with the emotions of the fan base like that. Because with Myles Garrett, it's like, hey, we might have some building blocks here. Without Myles Garrett, no, the season's done. And you're already looking forward to the 2027 draft, and the actual draft for this year is just less than 2 weeks away. You don't want to do that. That's where I am on that. So let me go on to the Cavs. For you had a conversation with somebody yesterday. Guys, I know you've been down about the Cavs. I have tried to see your side of it. I'm with Lima. I think that these things need to be celebrated going to the playoffs. We need to take advantage of them while we can as fans. But a lot of people have been down. I've tried to understand your feelings. However, Lima has something to say that if you haven't felt good about the Cavs, this might make you feel a whole lot better, or as good about the Cavs as you felt in a long time.
Well, yeah,
so go right on ahead.
And from somebody who's obviously gotten a chance to talk to Donovan Mitchell in Fedor, who's been covering this team and has covered Donovan Mitchell. And when somebody like Donovan Mitchell is saying the things that he is saying about how this team is it's the most optimistic he's been about making a deep run. I know guys say a lot of things, but Donovan is not somebody who just spouts off at the hip, and he's not somebody who, over time we're just like in one ear out the other because there's just so much. That's not Donovan Mitchell. It's never been him. And I think you can also kind of see with the things like the body language and the way he's talked after all these games that he does have real belief in this team right now. He's just wanted them to be healthy, which is what we've all wanted. And I think you saw a glimpse of it. It's just one game right at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. And the minutes, it's crazy. Before that Atlanta game, their new core four, all right, because we've always been looking for the starting five, but who's going to be the fifth guy? The new core four had only played 76 total minutes this entire season. Think about that. Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, Donovan, Harden. 44 minutes. Yeah. Like, that's crazy because the injuries have been so staggered that they haven't been able to do that. Okay, that's the core four. Then when you add the lineup they had against Atlanta, which I do think now is the lineup that they would like to play in most playoff series. Dean Wade, it was 44 minutes. So these guys have not played together.
No, they haven't.
So I get not having confidence because of that. But if you're just around every turn, batting down their chances because of what's happened in the past, well, there's a huge shakeup. And I watched last night. I watched Boston and New York, and I know Boston didn't have Jaylen Brown, but they had everybody else. And I watched that game, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it's playoff basketball. They're allowing hand checks now. They're allowing physicality 30 feet from the rim. Now, Jason Tatum, when he goes to the basket, I thought he got gifted some calls. But overall, like, guys were scratching, clawing, tugging at the jerseys. And the referees swallowed the whistle.
They did.
And look at the score. Where it wasn't 140 to 130.
No, it wasn't. It was lower.
Last night. It was like the playoff basketball that we've grown accustomed to. It'll be interesting to see now when things change. This was one of the big disadvantages I thought the Cavs always had come playoff time with Darius and Donovan was when they swallow the whistles, it's tougher for your 6-foot guards to be able to do everything they can do. And with that, Donovan Mitchell still would have the incredible playoff performances, but he just needed help. James Harden can deal with that physicality much better. And I am curious to see how that translates now as we get into the postseason.
I can't believe I'm about to say what I'm about to say in 5 minutes. for the first time ever, I think I'm rooting for the Cavs to lose for a very specific reason.
Are you talking tonight?
Tonight.
Okay.
Tonight. Stay with me. Trust me on this. Tonight, I want the Cavs to lose. And I will tell you why in 5 minutes, as well as it's time for Andrew Barry to act like your dad. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, Daryl Ruiter, 1 hour from now on The Fan.
start their second rounds later on this afternoon. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
I know who took them photos of that football coach and that reporter. I have a theory. At 7:45 during about last night. Also, John doesn't know it yet. We're going to put him on the spot at 8 o'clock. Boy, you guys think you got mad at Lima over some quarterback commentary before? You wait until you get a load of John Boy coming up at 8. 216-474-0092. I'm going to say this about the Cavs, and then I want to ask you a question about the draft, okay? I want the Cavs to lose tonight. Because I talked to you yesterday on the phone. I've never rooted for my own teams to lose. I don't want it to happen. I'm not rooting for them to lose. I'm not going to sit there and celebrate a Jalen Johnson bucket. I'm not going to do that. But I want them to lose. Cavs Conversation brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea, who ask you to please enjoy that hard iced tea responsibly. There, 7:22 and 54 seconds for those scoring at home. Plus coming in hot at 9:40. The reason I want them to lose, I'm on the phone with you yesterday afternoon. You told me that you're talking to people, and we heard tough talking Evan Mobley at the end of the game yesterday morning at the end of the game back on Wednesday night, where the sheriff's in town, boy. He's talking tough. And according to you, startled me. He is as confident as he's ever been against the Atlanta Hawks. I'm going somewhere with this. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. That he does not take anybody they put in the post against him seriously, that he will own whoever they put in the post against him.
Yeah, one of them is a college teammate.
Okay.
And you saw that on display. Like, Evan had a lot of confidence going up against Atlanta.
Evan Mobley is as tough talking as Evan is ever going to be.
Just come with energy. I'll come out with energy and attacking boards, whatever I see out there, just attacking with energy and force, and everything else will take care of itself.
I mean, that's Arn Anderson calling out Dusty Rhodes right there, man. That's some hard-ass
Lock
talk.
him up in the glass.
That's some hard-ass talk right there, boy. I'll tell you that right now. That's Gene Hackman in The Quick and the Dead. He's going after you.
And look, this is some of this is going to be seen as just kind of bluster, going into the playoffs that this team
I don't think that was bluster. That was just solid-ass conversation.
I guess what I mean is I can already hear people going, but you guys haven't done anything in the playoffs, and that is 100% fair.
Which is my second reason.
But they do think internally that this team is different after they made the trade, and given what the path could be, which, we're obviously going to be talking about that throughout the rest of today, leading up into tonight with their game against Atlanta, because they can carve out their pathway now. If they lose tonight, they have solidified the 4 seed. They would avoid Boston, avoid New York in the second round if they're able to get there, and then, create that path that we've been talking about that I think most Cavs fans, most rational Cavs fans would be like, yeah, that makes sense. Detroit has done nothing in the postseason. Yeah. So, hey, if we have the question marks, certainly Detroit has those question marks tenfold.
I want Atlanta to get that number 5 seed. So this is the second reason I want them to lose. I want the Cavs to lose tonight. Because you guys are in a malaise. I mean, I try to talk you guys into it. Lima, I think Lima said during the show today, he thinks it's backfired on him.
Yeah. Me trying to get people fired up has actually turned into more people rooting against them, so I could be wrong. Which, whatever. I mean, I was thinking all along, like, I understand when someone like Donovan Mitchell says, we could go 82-0 and you guys wouldn't care, it's all about the playoffs. There's almost too much of an element of truth there that it was never going to be about the regular season. And then they started out so terribly this year where we were all going, are there going to be massive trades? Are they going to break up this core?
Yep.
And a lot more than what they ended up doing, which was swapping out, a young, exciting player like Darius. That's just the start.
The Cavs are confident. I want you guys to be confident. You said how many people are not going to play tonight. So you don't need any help losing to the Atlanta Hawks. The Hawks, I don't know if they want to see the Cavs after what's transpired on Wednesday. So you need to find a way to run backwards and lose to the Atlanta Hawks. I'm going to do it. I want the Hawks in round one because I've never seen you guys like this. I'm not trying to talk down to you. I'm not trying to be mean-spirited to you. I'm from here. We're from here. I've been doing this for 14 years on this station, going on 15 years. Guys, I've never seen you this down about a team going into the playoffs ever. That's not hyperbole.
That's honestly what it feels like to me.
And I feel like, okay, there's nothing I can do to change that. What's done is done. I can't talk you into the building. You'll go. I'm sure there'll be towels waving and things like that, but I don't think that there's anything real when it comes to any excitement for this team. I want it to be different, but I don't feel it. I don't feel it with the fan base right now.
Now, hold on.
Because you've told me to talk about other things other than the Browns. You didn't tell me to talk any Cavs. So let me say this real quick. I know you want to say something. Let me say this real quick. I'm sorry. I don't mean to bogart. The reason I want them to lose is because if I get the Hawks in round one, I think it's going to be a 5-game or a 4-game sweep. You get a 4-game sweep, then I think a lot of people are dropping in on the Cavs going, all right, let's see this crap. Let's see what Nick and Anthony have been yelling about each other for 2 months now, and let's see who actually is right. And if they go out there and they sweep Atlanta, I think a lot of people are going to be feeling better about going into the second round. Detroit's a first overall seed. I think a lot of people are going to be buying in if you were to sweep or get a gentleman's sweep against the Atlanta Hawks. I would feel a lot better. I want people to be behind this team. So, yes, I'm willing to sacrifice tonight against a team that might not want to beat you because they don't want to see you. I'm willing to sacrifice tonight for the greater good of the Cavs and the Cavs fans.
A couple things here.
I mean to yell.
Yeah, the first thing is we got to remind people it still might not be Atlanta.
It's because right now you have. Thank you. I didn't mention names. Toronto is technically the 5 seed right now.
Even if Atlanta,
that's why I don't know if Atlanta wants to beat you.
So Toronto has a tiebreaker over them, and even if Atlanta wins and the Cavs tank tonight's game, we'll see how it actually looks because Evan Mobley has to play like 20 minutes before the end of the year, right? Uh-huh. But we talked about the guys that are going to be out. Harden looks like he is going to play, at least on paper as of right now. The thing you got to remember is that Toronto still, with their tiebreaker, they have the Knicks tonight. The Knicks just played last night, a brutal game that was very an energy suck for them. So,
yep.
It's a back-to-back for them. It is at MSG. And then they have Brooklyn. The last game of the year is just all-out tanking. So it still very well could be Toronto that we match up with. With all of that said, too, I don't know why any Cavs fan would want to play anybody tonight, given this is the healthiest the Cavs have been all year. Why would you want to jeopardize that going to the playoffs? You can talk about tempting the basketball gods. Why would I want anybody coming up lame tonight? Do you know how insane? You wouldn't want to do a show with me on Monday if somebody went down in tonight's game.
No, I'd be disgusted with you. I'd be very upset.
For what?
So what
would be the point of that?
I want what's best for us. I really want what's best for the fans. I want people to be excited. I think, guys, we're getting to the end of the line here. I don't know how far they're going to go. I know I penciled them into the NBA Finals. That was before Jason Tatum came back. I'm going to stand by it. I'm still going to pencil them in. Maybe I'll end up having to erase it. I think that this is setting up the way they want it. Boston lost last night. I think that you can get this thing. We're that close to getting a 4 seed against the 5th seed, which Toronto's a tougher matchup than what I think Atlanta's going to be. We're that close to getting this exactly the way we want. And by the end of it, maybe it's another year, and then that's it, and then we're going back to 18-win land and ping-pong balls in the hopper. Maybe that's where we're at. But I'm going to try to maximize every bit I can get out of this because I think that we're getting close to the end, and I'm just not getting any fever. A team that's about to go to the playoffs, we've always celebrated it, and I'm not getting any real excitement out of any bit of the fan base because of the way that things have gone this year and really the way things have gone over the last 4 years. So people have been very, very slow to get behind this team. A 4-game sweep or a 5-game gentleman's sweep, a 5-game series, whatever it might be, that's quick in the first round, I think would bring people along. I think a lot of people get behind him and go, maybe Anthony's right. Maybe this is a team that really is talented. Maybe this is the 3rd best team in the NBA. And if maybe Jaylen Brown's Achilles is a little bit worse than they're letting on, maybe it's a real thing, maybe it's not. But if it is, maybe you got yourself a real chance. Maybe you got yourself a chance to get to the NBA Finals and just let the chips fall where they may.
It's also funny that on every board right now, it seems to finally have been streamlined now that the Lakers are out of there. The Cavs have the 5th best championship odds. Do you know who they're ahead of in every single one of these? I just went to 4 different sites.
Where? Who?
They are ahead of the Knicks. You know why they're ahead of the Knicks? Because of the bracket.
Yeah.
Because the Knicks are with Boston. Why would any of you want to play Boston earlier than you would have to?
Don't.
It's insanity. I just can't believe I even need to lecture anybody about that. And not to mention, I just gave you the minutes, last segment about, hey, the core four had only played 76 minutes before that game. The starting 5 they ran out had only played 44 minutes the entire year with Dean Wade in there with Harden and everybody else. Like, the whole point of this, the coach admitted they weren't going to be able to ramp up their normal way because they've been injured. Now they need the playoff series to do it. You hate to be doing that. You hate to be kind of retooling during the playoffs. But you wouldn't have that opportunity if you had to see Boston in the second round. It'd just be like, here's Boston, get your act together. Like, you want that extra round to be able to have this team play with some semblance of chemistry, with some chemistry and cohesion.
8 o'clock, one of the wildest takes you're ever going to hear about a Browns quarterback situation. If you have to make a pick at number 6, Tone, less than 2 weeks away, you have to take a player. I got a 2-part question for you. What player are you going to take right now?
Probably Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate.
I thought all along I'd be saying an offensive lineman. But
okay, I feel about the same way.
Heard so many horror stories about the offensive lineman.
I feel about the same way. All right. Second of all, if you have your choice to take Carnell Tate, not fine player, a talented player, or a trade down, which one would you rather do? I know it depends on what you get back.
It's entirely. My answer is entirely dependent on what the trade down is.
2027 first round pick.
If we're getting I just don't think anybody would be foolish enough to do that.
A second round pick this year and another 2027 second round pick. But let's just keep it as basic as it is. Do you think it's better? Would you, not better, not even more responsible, not yet. Would you rather take that guy right there at number 6 or trade down? And amass more choices.
Yeah, if it's like trade down to like 12, I'm probably doing that.
Okay.
Because there's no separation in this draft between 6 and 12.
What do you want to do? Would you rather trade down or would you rather take the player?
There's one specific, maybe 2 players. I'd rather take the player, though.
Because that's interesting. Because we're celebrating today. Some of us are. I still can't do it because they made the playoffs. We didn't. That Travis Hunter's going to be converted to mostly a full-time corner. And it's like, where are you trading up to go get a corner for like that? Like, you're not going to do it. And so we're celebrating an Andrew Berry victory, which is few and far between. So you might as well take it and run with it as far as you can if you want to. We're celebrating an Andrew Berry victory. To take a player is exciting. To take Carnell Tate, wide receiver from Ohio State, is exciting. Is it still time to do the more responsible thing and take a trade down if it's offered at number 6, even if Carnell Tate is on the board? Because I think a lot of people are looking at it and they are begrudgingly. I think there's some people, they really want a player. I think a lot of people are begrudgingly saying, I keep hearing about this draft and how there's a minefield out there. Maybe it's time to trade down and do something responsible.
How far back are you going?
Well, around 12, somewhere in there. Where do the Cowboys?
And you're not getting a first-round pick next year?
Well, I can't guarantee it. I can't guarantee it.
Then I'm out.
But you're getting another second-round pick that maybe you can use into the first round and maybe move around.
Pick next year.
You got to have a first-round pick.
Yeah, especially if I'm going to trade out of the top 10. I got to have a first round.
Yeah, you like Carnell Tate that much, or what was the player?
No.
You didn't give me the player. I'm sorry.
No, it's tough. I think Caleb Downs is the best player that you're going to get at 6. It's just, where do you put him on the roster? But
do you feel passionately about any player at 6? Is there a passion? That's why I
personally think if Caleb Downs is there at 6, you got to take him. I think he's that good. I think you have to be damned with what you have on the roster currently.
Why I got to push back on you here is that if you're going to take a guy at 6, I want to have some passion. Like I'm saying Carnell Tate.
You're doing that because there's a clear and obvious place that he's going to plug. He's going to plug in, right?
Yes, there's a need, and I think he's talented. I think he's the best one you'd have there. I know Mekhi Lemon would have an argument here, but let's stick where it is.
I'd like to see the guy that they compared to Ed Reed and Sean Taylor with Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward.
That's another fair point. But are any of us passionate about Caleb Downs? Well, I'm not against Caleb Downs, by the way. This doesn't mean I'm anti-Caleb Downs. Have any of us been passionate about Caleb Downs or Carnell Tate? If I'm not passionate about a pick at number 6 overall, the team that wants to trade up with me, they're going to feel pretty damn passionate about them. Because this ain't a great draft. That's all we're hearing. So if a team's willing to move up to number 6, they're going to feel passionate about it. And I'm not getting any passion from any of the fans out there. I'm done saying that word. I'm not getting any excitement from any of the fans about any of these players. maybe it's time to do the responsible thing and trade back. And maybe I should be advocating for a trade back on the air every day then. I know that players are exciting and Ohio State players are really exciting, but maybe it's time we do the more responsible thing. I don't need an answer right now. I know you're thinking about it, but just thinking about it more and more, maybe it might be the more responsible thing just to trade out of that spot. It's just the thing
that every credible draft pundit that I've read or anybody I've talked to, they all say the same thing, that there really isn't any kind of a gap from 6 to, almost into the teens. And it's because of that you'd love theoretically in this exercise to trade down and get more capital and get a guy that there's no difference, whether it's 6 or whether it's 12 or whether it's 13. It's just that kind of a draft. The question is anybody in this kind of a draft actually going to trade up?
Does Ty Simpson know something we don't? Because I wonder if we're going to be talking about him Friday morning in 2 weeks after the first round of the draft. But he was invited to go on stage, and he's going to round 1 of the NFL draft. Wrong move or right move? It's coming up in 5 minutes and About Last Night on The Fan.
If you feel like you've lost your
happen around the globe that we never hear of.
Embarrassing. We got to be better on defense.
It won't matter till April. I think we know that. Y'all gonna write us off. We could go 82-0, no one would care.
He's a piece of crap. The kid, he sucks. He's sucked his whole career.
I got rumors about him, how he couldn't please his wife, so now he's divorced.
Put a damn winning team on the field.
Now the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima give their thoughts on what you might have missed about last night.
The NFL announced the 16 players that will be attending the 2026 NFL Draft. Ty Simpson is one of them. Guys, there is an 86% chance that Ty Simpson goes in the first round.
An 86% chance? Where did you see that number?
So, since players were allowed to go back in person to the NFL Draft, there have been 81 players to attend the draft between 2021 and 2025. 70 of them have been drafted in the first round.
So that means it's an 86% chance he gets drafted in the first. Man, I just look at these teams, and I know that it's easier to say to me that there's quarterback needy teams. Someone's going to try to talk themselves into falling in love with him. He's going to end up going higher than you think.
Remember Jackson Dart?
But I'm going, man, these are a bunch of. I understand, but is he Jackson Dart? Does he have the type of arm talent that Jackson Dart does? Does he have the type of other things that Jackson Dart does? Like, I don't know. Like, I know Tyler Shook would have went in the first round if you were able to redraft it now, but you can't redraft it. I just see
funny if you had a redraft. I know I want to ambush the segment.
No, you're fine.
If you redrafted, who's going number one?
Oh,
like number
Jackson
one overall. It's by Jackson Dart.
Probably Jackson
Isn't that
Dart.
crazy?
Yeah. Which that one caller, that one day we had, he ended up being right. I still think there's a lot of teams looking at 2027. You got a new GM in New York. Like, I think they might be looking at 2027 going, why do I need to make this a big investment?
Yeah.
And I wonder if we're going to be sitting there on Friday morning, you and I going, well, and taking calls and people going, well, I don't know, maybe they should trade up to 33 to go after Ty Simpson. I wouldn't advise it, but I'm getting I think we will. I'll be wrong.
I love these decisions. The players also always have to weigh, like, do we want to have a big party at home if we don't go? What kind of people do we invite? Because it can be a soul-crushing night. It might not just be a celebration. Dominique Foxworthy tells a story every year that when he saw Dustin Fox get taken ahead of him, there were a lot of uncomfortable faces at his party. Who's that white boy? He just got drafted ahead of me. Like, he always brings it up every year, and then Dustin's phone lights up.
I never heard that story. I never heard that story. At least I didn't remember it. I think that if it were me, I'd probably rather hang out at home anymore. If it were a question of whether or not I'd go in the first round,
But these guys, remember, a lot of them have guarantees, at least so-called guarantees, that their agents tell you, hey, if you're around by pick 8.
Yeah, so did Johnny.
Yeah.
So did Malik Willis. Didn't he?
Did he?
Malik Willis lasted until Friday night. Yeah, third round. Go ahead there, John.
Right. Ryan Glasspiegel and Michael McCarthy of Front Office Sports recorded that the photos of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini were shopped to TMZ first before the New York Post picked it up. They requested 4 figures for that. It wasn't a known paparazzi person. It wasn't a person of any photo agency. It was an anonymous tipster. What does this mean for the story?
So I've had a theory. I've had a working theory here that a lot of people have disagreed with me. Now, Mrs. Carman used to work in hotels in that industry, and there are people who yeah, they might work in an exclusive resort, but if they feel that they're getting the shaft one way or the other because they don't think they're getting paid, they don't care about NDAs and things like that. It don't matter to them.
That's true. Yeah.
So my theory has been, and again, these photos look, and because you don't know if they're coming from a known photographer or a known investigator or anything like that, maybe they are doctored, or maybe there are people left out in these photos, apparently, right? According to them. So let me throw this at you. I wonder if they walked in there, somebody's a sports fan, they know who Mike Vrabel is, they know who Diana Rossini is. She's been on TV for well over a decade, for crying out loud. So you know who they are. You go, this doesn't seem right. If you believe that way, you call up your friend. Your friend has a camera. You called up Daryl to take pictures at your birthday party. That person goes and hangs out in the woods taking pictures of them. Then you shop around these photos to TMZ and Page 6 and everywhere else. Because people brought up private investigators. And Lima, I'll let you bring up the private investigator theory. I don't think that holds a lot of water. Tell everybody why.
Well, because it'd be humiliating if I hired a private investigator to see what my wife was doing, and then I got back the pictures and the videos, and then I leaked them out. How does that make me look? Like, it is so much humiliation.
Exactly.
Now, maybe that's your thing, humiliation. That depends on who we're talking to.
That brings another thing into this, is that some people, like Zach Gelb, used to be CBS Sports Radio. He's sitting there saying, well, I think it's one of their either the husband or the wife. And I'm going, well, first off, we technically don't know yet, even though a lot of us are drawing conclusions. Fine, I just got to remain responsible on this. But if this was going down, if my wife was running around on me with an NFL head coach, you think I want the whole world to know I'm being cucked by an NFL head coach? No, we'll take care of this quietly. I'll get a divorce. You'll pay me money. I have proof. I'm not going to make this a big public showing and make my life a giant humiliation, because that's what's happened ever since. How many videos have people seen of her ripping her husband over the last 5 years?
It's over 20.
Exactly.
Yeah, there have had more pictures have emerged of the two of them, like in Indy at a bar. And part of me wonders, is that almost better for them if they're out in public so much that they can corroborate we're friends? Our wives, our spouses know about it because we're not hiding. We've never hid. It is obviously gotten to the levels, the amount of times that people apparently have seen these two together. You do have to ask the obvious questions here. Their statements be damned. I mean,
I have hugged my wife's friends.
Yeah, I've done that.
Have ever held hands with my wife's friends?
Held hands. Interlocking.
No.
Interlocking.
No, there's no interlocking fingers. Church and steeple.
Steeple is.
You have to see what he just did. You got to watch. That's why you got to watch us on YouTube Live. What Lima just did, because I can't even describe it and give it justice.
Go ahead, John.
All right, Bryson DeChambeau, first round of the Masters. He shot a 4-over, which is literally the worst possible thing that could have happened to him after the whole 3D printed clubs fiasco. No one has ever shot 4-over in the first round and won the Masters.
He could have been out of toner. And how would he have been able to print? Be screwed. Need the materials. This was hilarious because we were just talking yesterday about Bryson and whether or not he's the most popular golfer. Is he eclipsed Rory? And they just showed him, and this is why he's entertaining. In very Phil Mickelson-like way, when things go south, I feel like this guy's even more must-watch because he talks you through it. I mean, he hit a shot so bad out of the bunker in the first 5 minutes of the national coverage on CBS.
Mm-hmm.
And I told Ken on the phone yesterday, I said, this was hilarious. He's like, why am I hooking everything? And then all these people online are like, well, I don't know, the club that you crafted and designed, the contours are off, and they started going through the whole thing just by looking at his setup. Who knows in the end, maybe he just had a bad round, but it was kind of funny considering how under the microscope his clubs were to begin with.
Most people in Back to the Future felt that Doc Brown was just an idiot who was coming up with silly inventions that wouldn't work. Now, he ended up being a great scientist. Maybe Bryson DeChambeau ends up being a great scientist. But right now, you kind of look like an idiot who just overthought things, and now you're messing up your entire round in the biggest golf tournament of the year. I mean, 4-over, tie for 57th. I mean, I think he's just ahead of Fred Couples, who's 66 years old.
I watched some Freddie yesterday. Still, everybody says it. Best swing
Silver
ever.
Fox, man.
And he always, in the opening round, now he finished quad, double, par, but he was hanging in there. He was in red numbers for most of the day. I love watching Freddie at the Masters. He's always good for one good round.
And that's it for About Last Night. John, you might want to stick around here because we got Daryl at 8:22, and that's great. We got Jason Benetti at 9:05, and that's exceptional. And we're giving away a team for the fan mock draft at 9 o'clock. That's fun, too. But is it now or never for Shador Sanders? Because somebody in this room says yes. Friends, Ken Carman here for the wonderful...
to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Catch Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin live on YouTube each and every weekday from 2 to 7 p.m.
I haven't even said anything, and they're already calling in to argue with John. We ain't said a word. Today is a no-phone show because it is the Masters. And they don't allow phones at Augusta National, so Lima's like, hey, let's have a no-phone show. I'm like, yeah, my wife's going in for an operation. Let's have a no-phone show. And I decided to participate in it and not have my phone on me. And I don't have my phone on me.
Now, we are missing out on some things. So I
What are
told
we
you,
missing out on?
well, whether or not there's been any substitutes on the Heinen's pickup order. That is something I get texted about when we do that. Also, how Izzy
doesn't matter.
How
Who
Izzy
cares?
did with the sleep situation and how that impacted
How's that going?
Sarah's day, week, year.
How's that going? Is it going terribly still?
It's not been good. We've had some breakdowns lately.
Why don't you get some help? Go to the doctor.
I think Sarah's assuming that I was supposed to be the help.
So what? Okay, real quick. What's the issue?
Every night now, this started happening 2 months ago.
All right.
Right before bed, that attachment thing, that they get more awareness of what's going on. 'Cause she was fine for 2 years.
She didn't care about you. Didn't love you.
She
for 2
starts
years.
going, are you guys going downstairs? Yes, we're going downstairs. What are you going to do when you go downstairs? And then the litany of questions start. Are you going to turn off the light? You're going to be watching the monitor, right? Yes, we're going to be watching the monitor. But you're going to be watching the monitor downstairs, right? And it doesn't stop. And then she now can get up and open the door, closes the door. Open the door. She's looking to see if we're there. And it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And then she loses it.
Who
And so
loses
this
it?
is
Which she?
Well, it starts out with Izzy losing
And
it.
then it's her wife who
And then
loses
it's Sarah, and then I'm on the other end of it. And then
I
we're
never
all-
dealt with that. Did you ever deal with that
Then
back
we're
in
all
the day
losing
on?
it.
Oh,
What? I got nothing
we're in
for
a
him.
ship-shape house. I don't have these kind of problems.
He never came. None of them ever came out of the room like, "What are you doing?" But my sons don't like me. Your kids like you, so I don't know what to do with you.
But we've read up on it. It says separation anxiety. This is a stage. There's some sleep regression that happens. We have done everything to try to get past it. And when everything doesn't work, you start to lose it. And everything falls apart.
You guys should have big fights over it. Maybe that'll help.
How many a day?
As many as it takes, Anthony.
How many where our windows are open and we have to go over to the windows and I casually shut the windows because our neighbors are in close proximity?
Those are the best. Those are the best. When you forget that there's neighbors around. Kenny, you got to move. Yeah, I effing know. Oh, man.
The best is when you're in
Michelle's
mid-argument.
outside.
You're in mid-argument and I make my way over to the door and shut the door but still try to focus on the argument.
I've had a point. There was one point. I'm going to move on after this. If anybody has anything for Anthony to help him and his wife with the sleep regression of the child, feel free to send Anthony an email. I did one time when Liz and I, we don't get into it, and she won't let me get into it loud, but she was on the other side of the house. I did close the garage door before I was like, let me close this before I yell my retort back.
Like with Hank and Walt in Breaking Bad,
Yes.
the final season, when he figures it out.
I closed the door, and that's when I yelled my retort because the neighbor kids were playing basketball in the driveway, so I wasn't going to let anybody else hear it. All right, John. So you are you sent us a spicy meatball yesterday. We got Daryl coming up at 8:22, so I might ask him this question. You go right on ahead, John boy. You tell us what you got in your mind, brother.
Yeah, I think Shador has to start this year, or he's not going to get the chance. Because
Did not get the chance this year, not get the chance ever,
kind of
or
ever, really.
So is his NFL career done after this year if he doesn't get a chance to start with us?
No, but I don't think that he's going to ever get the chance to be the guy anywhere else. Because you have to, if Deshaun starts week 1 and doesn't play well, and then you're going to throw Shador in there, you're still going to be a bad team. You're still going to be a bad team where you're going to pick high in the first round, and you're going to pick they're going to pick a quarterback next year.
Okay.
Unless Shador or Deshaun lead them to a miraculous 12-win season, I would be surprised if the Browns did not pick a quarterback this in 2027. And what are you going to do? Not play your first-round pick?
Do you agree with him? Because I don't agree with him, but I'll tell you why here in a second.
Obviously, we're painting a broad brush, and you got to see how it looks.
John's got the brushes out.
He showed some promise last year, but also reinforced a lot of what the people that were anti-Shador thought of him when it came to the cataclysmic mistakes and the running himself into pressure. All those things that kept coming up. So the thing that I keep coming back to is if he fails this year, and, how many games is he going to be given? Like, let's say he starts the beginning of the year. Let's say he starts week 1.
Okay.
If they go 1-5, for instance, and he just does not show like he's making progress, he'll get benched because that's what happens. Even first-round picks have gotten benched. Like, that's what happens. He'll get benched. Maybe he needs to just take a step back, look at everything, and maybe the development isn't where everybody was hoping. New coach, new playbook. A lot of that stuff is tough. So who else would, because the Browns would effectively be done with him because they would be drafting a guy number 1. Part of it is Shador's fan base is such that I do think in that, I don't think the fan base has been a distraction yet. I do think in that case, it would be a distraction.
Wait, you don't think they've been a distraction at all for the franchise?
Yeah, for the franchise. Like,
I don't, but there are writers who, Jason's been on with us. Jason disagrees.
Well, they obviously had horrific things to say about the intentions of the ex-head coach and said but that coach is gone. So, all the names that they called Kevin.
Well, this is the entire point. You didn't disagree. I got killed on the internet for it. Well, I got killed on the phones for it because I said, you could not like Kevin, and Kevin can be an uninspiring guy. But if Kevin were still here, Shador's starting, there's no question about it. But because you have a new head coach, because of his age, you don't have any time to waste. So you got to make the best decision for the football team. However, I would be saying that if Shador does not start the season, then I'm thinking that Shador was absolutely a mess within the offense and absolutely a mess within the playbook. So I would start him. Okay, for all the reasons that you guys just laid out.
If he picks up the playbook and you just see enough where it's even close to the shot, you'd start him.
The reason I think John's wrong, though, I think once you get past, like, say it doesn't go well for Shador, say Deshaun Watson starts the season and we don't see Shador ever again. I think John's wrong because he would be released. Shador would be released.
Yeah.
And then I think that a lot of us would just look at the common sense of this and go, how does he pick it up with somebody else?
Well, why would he be released? What's the point?
Well, because you're going to have another quarterback next year.
Yeah, but Deshaun's gone. Deshaun's not coming back next year unless anything's crazy.
Yeah, he'd be gone.
Why? And then Shador would be your quarterback until you draft another guy.
Well, he's a 5th-round guy. Do you think that he's a capable backup for everybody? That he could come in and spot duty? Or would you rather go with a veteran if you were going to go with a first-round pick?
If you're going to cut a quarterback, you should cut Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel's not part of the conversation, John. I'm sorry. I didn't consider him.
I kind of assumed he would already have been dealt or whatever.
Whoopsie daisies.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't put Dylan Gabriel in the conversation. That's how far behind he is in my mind. If you were moving on to next year, you're going on in a different direction, and then I think that Shador Sanders, in your scenario, will be cut. I don't think that it's over for him in terms of a player or a starter because how many quarterbacks started last year?
64?
64. The year before was 67, right? There you go, right there. If he has any arm talent, which he does, if this year has been beneficial to him, like if he doesn't start, he still needs to pour himself and put his best foot forward.
I'm not saying he's never going to start a game again.
That's exactly what this whole premise of this argument was. Yes, it was.
That's not what I said.
Was it not the argument?
I never said he was never going to start a game again. I said he would never have the chance to be the guy somewhere else.
Okay, that's very wait a minute. That is a very different thing.
When you're a starter, you always have a chance to be the guy. Yes, you
okay.
do. Yes, you do.
No. You think Jake Browning had a chance to be the guy for the Bengals?
Maybe not for that team, but you always have a chance to be the guy. So how can you say that when guys like Jimmy Garoppolo exists? Guys like Frank Reich exist.
What about Gardner Minshew?
Scott Mitchell existed. Gardner Minshew existed.
They're not your long-term answer.
Jimmy Garoppolo didn't get a big contract?
Jimmy Garoppolo got a long-term contract
Jimmy
for
Garoppolo
5
didn't get a big contract?
He got a long-term
contract. Who's the
contract
quarterback right now for the San
games.
Francisco 49ers? And where was he taken? He didn't get a big contract? Anytime you start a game, you have a chance to be the guy. Maybe not with your team, but you have a chance to be the guy somewhere else. I'm sorry, who did Jalen Hurts take over for? You're an Eagles fan. This is the silliest argument you've made so far.
I don't think.
What do you mean they don't have a chance to be the guy?
I don't think if Shador goes somewhere else, they're not going to look at him as the way they would for their 2027 first-round pick.
Of course they're not, but you're not understanding it. wherever he goes, say he ends up being a player for the Giants. Say John Harbaugh really liked him, and he goes, I'm going to bring him in. He's going to be a backup. And then Jackson Dart goes down, God forbid, and then Shador ends up playing. Shador ends up playing really well. Shador plays really well for the rest of the season, and they're going to go, yeah, but we've invested in Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart's our guy. And they end up trading Shador for a second-round pick to who the hell knows. Let's go Tennessee. Maybe Cam Ward doesn't work out. Cam Ward ends up not working out, and Shador could be the guy somewhere else. Anytime you start, a quarterback has to go into that because it's possible, because we just gave you all the examples, that you can be the guy. Maybe not for the team that you're on, but somewhere, yes, of course.
I just don't think people are going to take that seriously. If you're bringing in Shador,
when you have 67 different quarterbacks, you can't afford to not take anything seriously.
The only thing I wonder, if everybody's right, if everybody on our YouTube is right, and
I haven't looked at our YouTube yet,
and said that it's a lot of stuff about our wives. If everybody was accurate,
what did my wife
and
do?
There was some giant conspiracy afoot, has it changed? Has the conspiracy changed? If you believe in that thing, has it changed? Like if the whole league was out on Shador Sanders at that point,
no,
and then
because
he struggled
I think he's actually shown something on the field, and maybe the couple of beat writers that we have on, I'm not going to name names, but a couple of beat writers that we've had on in the past would disagree with me. I think that he's shown that, if you were able to come in where you were thrown to trash cans before and you were able to conduct yourself in some way as a starting quarterback in the second half of the season, I would say that, we've given a lot of chances to a lot of different brands of garbage out there. Why wouldn't we give another chance if I was another team to a guy like Shador Sanders? You've proven you have some sort of a live arm. You've proven that you're able to conduct some sort of an offense. Yeah, why wouldn't I be willing to kick the tires on you? Especially if I was one of the better franchises in the NFL. Say that he were to get cut after this year. What's stopping the Rams from giving him a chance? What's stopping the Seattle Seahawks from giving him a chance to be a backup?
I'm approaching this just from devil's advocate side of things about the conspiracy holders. Again, if there was this deep-rooted 32 team, even though we drafted them, 32 teams that all shared in this thought, then have they changed their minds on the stuff? They always knew he had talent. The talent, you said he has a live arm. They knew that. We all talked about him as a first-round pick.
But it's I go right back to the answer I gave.
That hasn't changed anything,
I go right back to the answer I gave, and I don't mean to cut everybody off, but we got to get to Daryl at 8:22. I go right back to the answer I gave. It would take a franchise that's secure.
Yes, okay, right? For sure.
Because he does have a following. It is a bit Tim Tebow-esque in certain aspects there. You'd have to be very secure in who you have. Like Sean McVay, I think could easily take him on, and I think that everybody would be fine. And it might be a much better situation for Shador after this coming season.
Fans should root for
Seattle would be in that situation. A couple of other teams might be a good place for him to go and to grow and to possibly be that guy. Okay, that's the way I see that. Like I don't think it's now or never for Shador Sanders, either as a guy or as a quarterback in the NFL. Daryl Ruiter, D-Ride, the dangerous one, 5 minutes away. I want to ask him this question next on The Fan.
all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
A team giveaway for the Fan mock draft on No Phone Show Friday of the Masters, where you can use your phone to get a team, but we're just not allowed to use our phones. Our phones are away from us.
Can we do one thing before coming in hot, right before coming in hot?
What?
Can we get our phones back and just see how many texts?
Yeah, we have to. We have to, Owen.
No.
I want to guess. I want to do an over-under.
I will have nothing. I guarantee, anytime I think I got a bunch, I got nothing.
I haven't even picked your phones up to see if you have any, because you both probably have it set up where you can't just see the message right
She's
away.
got the hotline number.
Yeah, there's no way.
She's got the bat phone number. Your wife does,
I just
too.
changed mine to that.
Let's bring in Daryl Ruiter. He's brought to you by
Schreiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Daryl is not on the phone. You can see him on YouTube Live right now for absolutely free. 92.3 The Fan. Hello, Daryl.
Hello, boys.
You're looking good, by the way. I want to let you know that. I want to let everybody in Cleveland know that. So John gave us a question. He asked us a question, and we kind of argued about it in the last segment, where he brought up that Shador, it's now or never this year for Shador, and that if he doesn't play this year, like he never has the chance, according to John, has the chance to be the guy again. I disagreed for a multitude of football reasons, but you know what? You're the Browns insider. Let me ask you, if he don't start this year, if he don't play much this year, could that be it for Shador to you?
No, because, I mean, it does take some quarterbacks a few years for things to click in the NFL, so I don't think that it's the end if he doesn't win this quarterback competition or doesn't play, and I actually think it's going to be a moot point because I do believe he will play at some point this year, whether it's in week one or later in the season.
How confident are you that he's going to play in week one there, Daryl?
Well, I think I said the last time we had this conversation, Ken, I put it at 60-40, leaning Deshaun. But that's because of Deshaun's experience. He's gone through off-season programs before. He's started more games. He's going to look good in practice. He looks good on Instagram. We know that. He looks healthy as well. So I'm leaning Deshaun to win the competition just because of his experience. Whereas even though Shador did finish the season as the starter, I just think that Deshaun's going to look like the better quarterback in practice, which will then give the Browns the motivation to at least give him a chance to start out the season. But again, I don't anticipate that that experiment is going to be a 17-game thing.
Well, Daryl, you mentioned, picking up the playbook, and that's something that obviously everybody's going to have to do. And we as fans, we just take it for granted. We're like, well, yeah, they're NFL football players. They're going to pick it up. But we also go back and remember the Kyle Shanahan situation here and how much of a conversation that was. And looking back, it's obvious why certain players were not able to pick up the Kyle Shanahan playbook. But they did say it was more complicated. Are we hearing anything about that level of complexity with Todd Monken's?
Oh, well, they just got the playbook on Tuesday, so no. And the only guys we got to speak with were on the defensive side of the ball. I was really surprised. I say this tongue-in-cheek. I was really surprised they didn't roll out Deshaun Watson and Shador Sanders on Wednesday to talk to us. So, I think as I
would have done it just to get him out of the way.
Right. I agree with you, Ken, but I think as we get a little deeper here in the offseason program, we'll get an idea of those complexities that you're talking about, Anthony. The one thing we do know about Todd Monken is he is very big on tailoring things to his personnel. And let's also be honest about it. They don't have the full complement of personnel offensively right now. We got to get through the NFL draft and see what Andrew Berry is able to add from that standpoint to this roster. So, I just like you, I am curious. There's going to be a mandatory minicamp right before, a voluntary minicamp for the veterans prior to the NFL draft. Of course, the mandatory minicamp isn't until the end of OTAs there in early June.
Daryl Ruiter joining us on the show. Did you think that the Browns, after what came out last night, it seems that the Jaguars are going to move Travis Hunter to cornerback exclusively or nearly exclusively. Do you believe that the Browns won that trade last year, or can you not claim it because one team made the playoffs and the Browns didn't?
No, I think just from the trade aspect of it and the player and the value, I think that Andrew Berry ended up fleecing Jacksonville. I mean, you did get 2 first-round picks for one for a who was now going to be a cornerback. Unfortunately, Travis got hurt last year and wasn't able to play out his rookie season. But the fact that they're going into his sophomore year, and let's also be fair about this, I think that him coming off that injury is what led to this decision-making process for Jacksonville to have him focus mostly on one side of the ball and leave whatever contribution he'll get an opportunity to make offensively to the trick plays. Well, I don't know that that's the smartest thing, because if you're putting him on the field offensively, you're kind of tipping your hand, to teams that maybe you're going to run some trickeration there. So I do think, though, that Andrew Berry won that trade ultimately. As you recall, this time last year, Berry talked up Travis Hunter significantly, led a lot of us to believe that was going to be their guy at number 2. So word to the wise, next week when we hear from Andrew Berry, if he is very effusive in his praise of any player, that probably means that the Browns are not interested in said player.
Why would you be giving away the state secrets like that?
What are you doing,
Daryl? What are you trying to do? They're trying to have a competitive advantage over everybody else.
I just want to set expectations for fans, because if we hear a lot about how great Ty Simpson is, I don't want anyone freaking out that they might take Ty Simpson during the draft.
Fair point, even though they did have him in for one of the top 30 visits, but you can't draft all the 30 players that you have for a visit.
They have a lot of guys in for top 30 visits. They have 30 of them, to be exact.
Quarterback's an interesting situation, so I guess I can't mind him for at least going to the car lot and taking a gander. Daryl Ruiter joining us on the show. So there's a question I want to ask you, but I put a moratorium on it earlier in the show. So do I ask him anything about you-know-who, or are you going to do that for me, Anthony?
Do you want me to do it?
Well, because, this is where we're at, Daryl. All right, it is the silliest of seasons, but we're 2 weeks in. Let me just ask this and I'll stop, okay?
All right.
We're 2 weeks into the we're less than 2 weeks to the draft. And there's some weird rumors that my co-host is getting texted, and then I ask, and then I start getting texted. Like, Miles is going to be on the Cleveland Browns this year, right?
Hesitation, Daryl.
I'm leaning yes, but with what they did with that contract restructure, I know what they are saying. They're saying they're not trading Myles Garrett, but I've heard that before about players.
I had somebody who sent me something this morning, and Owen got my attention about it, where it's like, man, you might look real foolish yelling about not talking about this whole Myles stuff here coming up in the next couple weeks, and I got a little bit nervous about it.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to move him anytime soon, but I do think that there's a real possibility. Somebody wrote this week about the timelines. I think it was Albert Burr potentially about the timelines being off with where Myles is in his career, where the Browns are in their roster building process. And I've talked about this all off season, just the misalignment that we have, right? Mm-hmm. You have this really great Super Bowl caliber defense, and then you have an expansion team offense, which I think is an insult to expansion teams. It's that bad. And, by the time you get that offense where it needs to be, which I think is going to take 2 years, I'm not sold that the franchise quarterback is here. It's certainly not Deshaun. Give Shador the fair opportunity here to show whether or not he is or is not the answer there. But odds are that question will be answered in 2027. But that rookie probably isn't going to come in and all of a sudden flip the franchise on its head and make them an immediate Super Bowl contender. Again, these things take time for some quarterbacks. And by the time that train gets on the tracks, well, The defense is going to need a lot of work and a lot of rebuilding. And, Miles, I think, has a good 4-5 years left in him where he's going to be able to play at this level. I know folks are talking about, well, he's going to be 31, 32, 33 years old, but he's not a running back. He's a defensive end. So I think there's plenty of gas left in that tank for Miles, but also at the same time, he's made it very clear he wants to win. And he wants the opportunity to make those big splash plays on the biggest stages. And I don't think that the Browns are there yet. And it's unfortunate. They missed the runway coming out of that 1-31, 4-44 stretch. The hell that they put us through there. They did make the playoffs twice. You did, come a couple of games, or I should say a couple of plays, rather, within the conference championship game, but there was no staying power with that. And so they don't want to call it a rebuild, but I'm going to call it a rebuild because that's quite frankly what it's been. You win 8 games in 2 years. The outlook this year, you're hoping maybe you can double that win total, but they're going through a rebuild, a retool here, and they're just not in a position to win at the level where, you've got a Hall of Fame defensive end who, again, wants to play in the postseason, wants a chance to play for Super Bowl championships because that's what the great players get remembered for. And he certainly doesn't want to have the Joe Thomas career, right, where you go into Hall of Fame without at least Miles got to play in a couple playoff games, but you don't want to go into the Hall of Fame not having the opportunity to put some jewelry on your hands.
Dangerous one. I got 2 more quick Browns ones, and then I think Lima wants to ask you about the Cavs. But first one, just for the record, were you annoyed that he did not go to voluntary workouts?
No, because this is just standard procedure. I'm done yelling and screaming about it. It just he doesn't show up. I think he loses his workout bonus, which was about $1 million. And your Myles Garrett making that kind of money a year, I guess it's worth $1 million not to have to go to work in the off season. I understand the coaching side of things. I understand why some fans and some of you guys feel the way you do about it. But again, we've been dealing this for the last couple of years, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. So I'm just kind of over it at this point.
Do you feel passionately about a player at 6, or would you rather trade back right now? I know we got 2 weeks, but let it ride.
Yeah. Well, I've got my eye on the big 3. Caleb Downs, Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Love. I think any of those 3 I'd be okay with.
Love? Wow.
Yeah. He's a dynamic player, and they need that offensively. I realize they invested 2 picks last year in the running back room, but I view him as a running back / wide receiver. You can put him anywhere on the football field, and he gives you a chance to put points on the scoreboard, and we know that's a challenge for the Browns. So it would be hard for me to rail against that pick, but I think the jackpot for Andrew Berry is all 3 of those guys are there, and then he gets to auction off the pick. And I'm not crazy about other people dictating, where I'm going in my draft, but also at the same time, when you're in the phase that the Browns are team building wise, we just got done talking about, you need all the assets you can to rebuild that offense.
Daryl, would you play anybody tonight if you are the Cavs and try to beat Atlanta?
No, and I looked at the injury report, and I don't think that's going to be a problem, Anthony. Donovan's out tonight, so I have no problem with them setting things up so that they stay in that number 4 seed because I'd rather see the Boston Celtics in the conference finals than the conference semifinals because I'm living in the fears a little bit. I'll acknowledge it. But if they see Boston in round 2, I think we know what our summer's going to be like.
Is it living in the fears, or is it just good common sense? You don't want to play the best team until you have to.
Yeah, I think it's common sense, We saw this with LeBron, a couple of those playoff runs where they weren't all that focused on, piling up 60 wins in a season. They were more focused on aligning themselves in the postseason. I don't have a problem with it. And also, too, I'll just remind folks, the Cavaliers' NBA Finals runs tend to come when they're in the 50 to 55 win range. I'm just going to point that out to people. So right now, I believe they're at 51 victories, so they're right in the sweet spot.
How optimistic are you about the playoffs now that I said They're the healthiest they've been basically all year. And now they get this runway of series where they're going to be favored in the first round and potentially favored in the second round.
They strike me as a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde team. They have the talent to go all the way. They just have not had a lot of time for that talent to spend together. So am I confident they can get to the conference finals? Yes. But am I worried that they could be bounced in the first two rounds? Yeah, absolutely. I definitely could see that happening again, and we have to wait until next year maybe for them to break through again. But then again, we get into those questions about how patient will Donovan Mitchell be? How patient is the front office going to be? When you trade for James Harden in the middle of your season, right? And, James has only so much time left in his career playing at the level he's playing at. He's 37 years old. That timeline gets compressed in the pressure cooker to get there. That builds a little bit, and the pressure cooker starts probably a week from now for them.
Daryl, thank you for the time. Talk to you next week, bud.
You bet, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too. Daryl Ruiter brought to you by
Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
9:05. Jason Benetti going to join us on the show. He is the voice of NBC's Sunday Night Baseball. And, of course, the Detroit Tigers. Got to ask him a couple of questions about the Detroit Tigers, obviously. But he will be on the call for the Guardians and Atlanta Braves coming up on Sunday night. All right, I got one thing to say about what Daryl just said about the Cavs because I ain't afraid of nothing. And, yeah, I got somebody telling me because of the segment that we had earlier about Miles that I'm going to really, really, really regret saying what I said earlier this morning. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, I'll tell you what I'm supposedly going to regret in 5 on the Fan.
because of a disabled vehicle. Jeff Thomas, Odyssey Cleveland Traffic.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
So, all right, I had to break the rule once. Owen showed me. Thank God he did. Because yesterday
means no phone on Monday.
I got nasty on. Well, that's fine. You know what? I feel I'm more locked in today.
Stripped of our phones.
I'm feeling pretty good at no phones because we're doing this for the Masters. I might give my phone to Owen every morning.
Keep it up, Buster.
I'm feeling good. No, I'm saying I'm feeling good. I'm feeling damn good. I'm not distracted. I'm not getting weird texts from you-know-who, but I am getting weird texts from others.
I did get a text of no phone Friday. Does that mean a no Browns Monday?
I don't want to say it. No, that's not how that's going to work.
No.
Who knows what's going to happen over the weekend? That's why you got to keep it here on 92.3 The Fan. And tell Alexa to play us on your smart speaker. You got to say Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan or 92.3 The Fan on Odyssey, according to one listener, who our social media reactions are brought to you by
Diamond Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
There you go. See, we got two birds stoned at once right there. So Owen showed it to me, and I didn't like it and I don't like even saying this because then it's going, you're trying to get something started. I'm not. You guys know me really well. I'm not trying to do it. There's people who know people. Nobody in Berea is saying it, I'll tell you that. So maybe that's what counts. And you got this yesterday after I tweeted it, apparently, that I didn't see it till today after I said it, where there's some people saying, boy, you're going to look awful foolish coming up here in a couple weeks. And I'm going, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That maybe, I set a rule earlier, now I got to break that maybe they might find a way to move on with everybody. And that earlier this week meant more than what I made it out to be, and that I'm going to look like a damn fool in a couple weeks. Which I've looked like a damn fool before. Hell, I looked like a damn fool earlier this week where I had to reverse engineer something. I said it, and then I had to back it up, and then I felt like an idiot, and so I had to apologize for it when it came to the Michigan thing. Which was a dumb thing to say, and I apologized on the air, and I'm glad I did.
But it was great for radio, I thought.
It was, except it was terrible for my psyche because I've been called those words separately but not together in a very, very long time it's been. And then to see that many times, well, I've been called fat many times, but the other word, oh boy, that was something.
It's made a comeback.
Boy, has it ever on the internet. Coming in hot at 9:45. You could not say that word. Anyway, it's just such a downer, man. We got a lot of things going for us. Cavs are going to the playoffs. Guardians have started off. Now, I know not a lot of people are excited about the Cavs. I know. Guardians have started off pretty hot. I think this is the time of year where I start to turn the tide. I think a lot of fans start to turn the tide. And it's like, well, Kenny, if you're saying they're going to win 7 games, if they don't have 95 on the field, you ain't winning 7 games. I know. And I understand that it would be the responsible thing to do. But there's a lot of people drawing conclusions who end up trying to text me, and I've tried to not pay attention to those people over the last couple of weeks when the contract got reworked, when he didn't show up to the voluntary workouts, because he hasn't shown up to voluntary workouts over the last 9 years. And I ain't been bothered by that. But I'm getting a fair warning from somebody that I'm going to look like an idiot coming up in a couple weeks. I hope it's not true. Because, no one wants to look like an idiot on purpose. If they can help it, I should say. 2, it would kill the season. And I understand you'd be getting a big thing back, and maybe it would make it better for 2027, and then maybe by 2030 we're all laughing at this. Maybe we are. Maybe we are. Maybe it's best that I take it on the chin, and for one moment, and then in 2030 we're all hoisting champagne and loving each other. But, man, it's going to go over like a fart in church, and I don't want to deal with it, man. I don't. And plus, I mean, again, if what they're texting is true to you, to me, these people from outside Berea, not inside this area, then it just kills the feeling of the year, man, and then makes Andrew out to be a lame duck.
Well, you'd still have the Shador thing. So
great.
If he plays well.
What chances does he?
Now, I realize what people will say. If he ended up playing really well, they'd be like, why did you trade Myles Garrett? You could have gone to the playoffs, because every team is good quarterback play away from going to the playoffs.
Guys, I know that this is a crazy time of year, and I hope these people are texting are just crazy people. But you're getting close to the season where it's like, it's going to be hard to really rally everybody together if you let that guy move on. Because you're telling everybody this season don't matter. And you're telling your teammates that you're telling your roster that the season don't matter. And you're telling your brand new head coach. Honestly, if you got to think about the ramifications of all of this. And if I'm just holding on to 7 wins, I think a guy who's been a Browns fan for the last 40 years goes, Ken, you ain't holding on to nothing. Stop. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Let it go. You'll feel much better. We'll be better off. I wonder if someone's going to say that to me. Because if I'm just trying to hold on to 7 wins, and I'm looking at it going, the ramifications of it are you let your roster know that this year don't matter. You let the fan base know that this year doesn't matter. You'll upset a fair portion of the fan base, certainly. I don't know how mad I would be. I'd be mad that I'm going to be made look like a fool, considering how I've been. But also that you're letting your brand new head coach that you put all over the place, like, hey, buddy, you might want to rent instead of buying, because if you don't got that guy, you aren't getting more than what you got last year. If you don't get more than what you got last year, then, of course, we're examining this every single time. But this is just a downer. My God.
But
I'm done. I'm done mentioning it.
Yeah, Kenny, it would just have been made a lot easier to just knock down any of these rumors had Myles been present at something, or had
that
been...
That part I don't care. The other thing that happened with the contract, that's what I'm looking at a little more.
Or had been outwardly vocal about the hiring of the coach that wasn't the coach that he had backed. He had backed Jim Schwartz.
Well, he kind of was with the post on social media with the
Popeyes
employee.
Yeah, so people were led to believe, and I think most probably rightfully so, that he didn't like the hiring. And then Monken was asked about Myles Garrett, how much they've been able to talk or whatever. He's like, well, we've texted. Mm. They've never been in the same room together. When was he hired? How many months has it been? Like
2.
It does seem a little odd that your best player and future Hall of Famer has not even been in the same room with the head coach. And that's what's always going to fuel speculation about him wanting out, and that these two are not on the same page.
Until it actually happens, I'm done after this sentence. Done. Finito.
That's it.
Done.
We got to go anyway.
In the words of Pat Shermer. We got Jason Benetti joining us at 9:05. I want to get back to what Daryl said about the Cavs coming up, because I stop being afraid. Stop it. It's silly. It's stupid. Be confident, and it's confidence. It's not arrogance. That coming up after Jason Benetti at 9:05. He will be on the call. NBC Sports, Guardians, Braves, 2 first-place teams this weekend. He'll be on that call for Sunday Night Baseball on NBC Sports. And coming up in 5 minutes, a chance to win a team for the Fan Mock Draft. It's all coming up on the Fan.
This is an honest. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
It's time to give away a team, and then we're going to get to the great Jason Benetti. Caller 5-216-474-0092. That's 216-474-0092. You're going to be named general manager of one of 32 NFL picks at our 2026 mock draft. April 16th, it's game on, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Plus, you're going to get some exclusive Bud Light gear and a buffet dinner at the event. You got to be 21 and older, though, because, we're talking about beer drinking over at a bar. It's a good time. Got to be 21 and older. You get the exclusive Bud Light gear. You get the buffet dinner. Got to be 21 and older. It's going to be fantastic. Caller 5-216-474-0092. Tony, you got the bowl with you?
Right here, never leaves
I
my
used
side.
to say that back in the day. It meant such a different thing.
I went to bed with it last night.
With the bowl?
Oh, yeah. Just in case. Not too many bourbons.
Somebody very near and dear to me used to go to bed with a bowl all the time.
Is Jason Benetti getting a team?
Now it's a chewier form.
Now it's a chewier form for that person. Okay, let's get this person in. Want to get going. Want to rock and roll because we got Jason Benetti on hold. I want to get to Jason Benetti as soon as we can. But apparently we're exchanging pleasantries right now with the person that... Here we go, finally. Steve at Columbia Station, home of the Raiders. Steve, are you ready?
I am ready.
Here we go. Tone, give it away.
I have the team, Steve, and you are going to bat for a team that Ken Carman does not want to wheel and deal with ever again. That, ladies and gentlemen, the Houston Texans.
28th overall. You can trade C.J. Stroud to the Browns if you want to. Anything goes at the fan mock draft next Thursday, Steve.
You can take Deshaun Watson back.
You can take Deshaun Watson back. You can do that if you want to, Steve.
No.
You're supposed to do what helps the Browns. You're not supposed to make common sense decisions. All right, Steve, I'm going to put you on hold. Congratulations, friend.
Thank you.
The great Steve at Columbia Station. He's going to game on next Thursday. You can always go, even if you don't get a team. It's the Anthony Womack fan mock draft. It's a fantastic time. Let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We welcome on Jason Benetti. He's going to be on the play-by-play for the Guardians and Atlanta Braves down in Atlanta on NBC's broadcast network debut of Sunday Night Baseball, 7 p.m. This weekend, NBC and Peacock. He's going to be joined in the booth by Corey Kluber, Cy Young winner for your Cleveland Guardians, Andrew Jones, and inside pitch commentator C.C. Sabathia. Also, Cy Young winner for your Cleveland Indians, if I'm not mistaken. Well, Corey won it for the Indians, too. All right, Jason Benetti joins us on the show. Jason, good morning to you.
Gentlemen, how are you?
We're doing wonderful. This is an absolute treat. Hopefully you'll feel the same way after, but we'll see how it goes. First night I met my wife, I said the same thing. All right, Jason, you're on this broadcast for these two teams, both first-place teams. What are some of the big things that you know that you're going to be doing on this broadcast on Sunday between these two teams and the stakes for the season, not just for the series? The series is the series, it's April, but for the entire season for both these clubs.
Yeah, I think the fun part is we don't always know what it's going to be when we sit down to do these games because we've never been together before, which is the fun part of it. Corey Kluber, Andrew Jones, CC Sabathia, and I. It sounds like an auction item with at least three of us. But I think for Atlanta, this is a team that would like to fulfill what they had been hoping to be over the past couple of years, and obviously some injury troubles last year, and they were 76 and 86 or whatever it was. And I think it seems like I might have seen the worst Guardians game of the year so far. That Sunday on Peacock against the Mariners. But this team, if I would have said to you 8-5 with one home run for Jose Ramirez, I think everybody in your listening audience would be like, I don't know what, they give to him in Detroit, but he's crazy. So, it's Cleveland at its best again. They have the second best starter ERA in all of Major League Baseball, again, developing pitchers. And, the DeLauder Fest has been brilliant so far. So I think it's two teams that are kind of right where they want to be.
Well, I wanted to ask you, Jason, just constructing some storylines for America, for a team like the Guardians that obviously get overlooked because of the payroll, but they do have a star on their team in Jose Ramirez. And while he's off to a slow start, and that's not that atypical for Jose throughout his career, do you feel like the nation needs to be introduced time and time again to somebody like Jose Ramirez?
I think the more people can see him for the first time, the more people are going to fall in love with him. That's how I feel about how he plays. And you guys know I do the Tigers games during the week, and then I go do Sunday Night Baseball. And, you know, I'm supposed to not like Jose Ramirez according to the Tigers fan base or something. You know what I mean? He's a great player to watch. I love watching him run the bases. I love that he wanted to stay in Cleveland and sign the extension and be a part of an anchor of this franchise. I think he's a phenomenal talent, and I think a lot of managers around baseball would love to have 9 Jose Ramirez's, let alone one of them. But I think he deserves to be a bigger star than he is nationally, and I really enjoy spotlighting him. And we had the stat, and it's obviously changed over the past couple of weeks, but he is one of the best sluggers late in at-bats. It's one of my favorite stats about Jose Ramirez is the later you get in an at-bat with him, pitch by pitch by pitch, he gets better at slugging your brains out. And I just think like his level of focus and doggedness and everything that he brings to the table is a joy to watch.
Jason Benetti joining us on the show. I'm going to ask you about the Tigers here in a moment because I felt the same way about Tarek Skubal when they asked him what his favorite sports movement was growing up, and he said the 2016 Cavs championship. I'm going, how can I hate a guy like that? I know that he's I know that he's a confident person, but how can I hate a person like that? When it comes to Chase DeLauter, what tells me that he might not be a, quote, flash in the pan? And the reason I ask that is because you saw Connor Griffin get the big deal from the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's 5 years younger. We got a nice young player here, and there were plenty of people going, whoa, Kenny, it's been like a dozen games. Could he be injured? Could he be a flash in the pan? Give me some reasons why this guy is going to be a bopper for the Guardians for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about baseball is the ebbs and flows are massive. So is he going to have a downturn at some point? I'm sure. Is he going to have an upswing counter to that? I'm sure. The thing that I think is most intriguing that makes you feel best about him is that his swing is so unorthodox, and the pitches that he can get to are so unorthodox. That ball he hit on Saturday night in the opening series against Seattle, where he just kind of flicked the ball the opposite way. I mean, I ran into 3 pitchers over the course of a week who brought that up to me separately of like, how in the world did he get to that baseball and hit it out of the ballpark? So I think he really knows who he is in the batter's box. And I think, regardless of age, regardless of experience, that's important. But his power that he generates, there was a story on the Baseball Savant website from David Adler at MLB.com about like the power he generates from his back foot. I'm not a hitter, but I am persuaded by the fact that his swing is so unique and he has such plate coverage, at least so far, that it feels like something that's going to be able to last. But again, I mean, we have seen ups and downs of everybody in this league because the amount of studying teams do about one guy once he breaks out is otherworldly. It's like obscene how much Major League Baseball teams can attack your weaknesses once they identify them.
Is that the same guy who said, because I saw a study yesterday where somebody had posted that he has the most back foot movement of anybody in Major League Baseball?
That's the one.
Okay.
That's the story I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure. Go ahead, Tone.
You mentioned the rotation. It's tough from game to game to figure out like who's really going to be the ace of this. And we're not talking because we don't have an ace, because it seems like there are multiple viable candidates. What have you noticed so far from that rotation?
Yeah, I mean, I think like Tanner Bybee hasn't even been like the best version of Tanner Bybee yet, and that's scary for the rest of the league. But what I always gather about Cleveland is judge their rotation negatively at your own peril, because that team's ability to develop pitchers into what they want to be. And we were talking to Stephen Vogt about this on Sunday and a couple weeks ago, and I'm sure he said it to people before, but I think it's important that they kind of let people be what they want to be with their own arsenals, and they develop around the edges. But they've always had success getting pitchers to come out of nowhere. So even if somebody has a struggle of a couple weeks, I believe in that organization's ability to develop pitchers. I mean, I just, Slade Ciccone was the guy that said it last year when they were like 15 and a half down or whatever the number was. And he was like, yeah, we're going to make the playoffs. It was during that losing streak. I mean, I just think there's sheer abundant confidence in building the rotation. And it doesn't have to be an ace and the pips. And like Parker Messick's been pretty good, right? And Gavin Williams obviously has been nails. So I think it's always a solid rotation. And even if they're struggling, I say judge them at your own peril.
The ABS system and how it's been deployed so far this year, Jason, how do you think it's going? Is there a way to improve on it? Or is this how it's going to look even 5 years from now?
That's a tough one. But I would say the thing that's most intriguing to me is batter instincts and also the league's reaction to it. We had Minnesota with the Tigers the past 4 days, and the Twins have out-challenged everybody. They were like plus 11 in challenge numbers compared to the rest of the league as of yesterday, and then everybody else kind of pools behind them. I think the league is under-challenging at this point. I think at some point people are going to realize you shouldn't leave a game with a challenge remaining because they're usable, and it's not a zero-sum game. Like, you keep getting them back. If you're right on every call, you get them back, which we know. But the other part of it is, if you watch closely, there are still some batters who are leaning on previous tendencies of, like, they'll sort of glare back at the umpire like, was that a strike? And the umpire, I mean, I don't know that any umpires said it, but the reaction back is like, well, challenge it if you want to. But batters generally, I think, are not challenging as many as they would like to in the long run. But I do think there are some hitters that need to remember that your first instinct isn't like a grimace or a look back at the umpire. Challenge it if you don't like it. If you're really sure, challenge it. And I've heard that from a couple managers so far, is like they're trying to get their players to be a little bit more aggressive. But, we'll see how the league reacts.
All right, Jason Benetti joining us on the hotline. Go ahead, Kenny.
Thank you. I had to sneeze. I apologize. Jason Benetti joining us on the show. What can you explain to us for the Tigers' slow start? I do have to pay attention to the division, and I can't let the elephant be in the corner of the room over here.
No, I get it. You need to tell the Safari people that you have an elephant in the studio, I think, and they'll help usher it out. They got swept by the Twins. Nobody expected that. And the offense has been kind of dormant for early in the game and then come back against the bullpen somewhat. I do think the lack of home runs is very surprising. We felt like this team would have more power in it, but 7 home runs through 13 games, when you don't have a ton of team speed, just isn't a recipe for success. And the bullpen has walked more guys than I think anybody around the Tigers would have expected as well. So those are two pieces. If they start hitting home runs, like they did that Saturday against St. Louis, hit 4 home runs, everybody had fun. It was a party at Comerica Park. They scored 11 times, and it looked like the offense had busted out. It's an offense that needs to slug the ball. And you guys know, if you have that kind of offense and you're not hitting home runs, it feels a little bit dead. And I don't think that's the way this team is. I think they're going to play better baseball. But I also think that when the home runs aren't happening, you're going to have pockets of time like this.
They played 13 games. But I have to ask, 3 days ago I'm reading about adding arms to the rotation, and then I'm reading about maybe Tarek Skubal could be on his way out. What would have to happen to necessitate a trade of Tarek Skubal?
Yeah, I just it's funny because it's just way too early. The reason that there are stories that are 3 days apart that are 180s from each other is that it's just so early. I mean, the Tigers are the best team in baseball for the first couple months of last year, and then they weren't. And it's not magic. I think they just kind of found their level, and they were a playoff team, and they were a win away from going to the CS. So, I just think it's way too early, but I also think there are things that they have to iron out. I mean, the Twins are a great example. The Twins opened 13-20 last year and then won 13 in a row to get to 26-20. And everybody in Minneapolis is like, oh, man, this is going to be a crazy season. And then they went south again, and they sold at the deadline. So they lived 3 lives basically in the first 4 months of last season. So I'm not trying to dismiss, because that's not what it is. I've seen too many baseball seasons now to react to 4-9 in any large scale way. But if you don't fix the underlying problems, you're going to then have to react.
Jason, obviously you wear a lot of hats, but you doing the Tigers games means you come into contact with all the divisional rivals and their respected play-by-play voices on TV. We do something called Power Rank. I know you guys have a lot of ego. Would you like to power rank in the division between Matt Underwood, of course, Schriffen? We talk a lot of John Schriffen here. I'll play a lot of his clips here on the radio here in Cleveland. Would you like to play a game and power rank the AL Central divisional play-by-play TV voices?
Oh, what an invitation. No, I mean, now that there's music, I'm supposed to say yes. But boy, oh boy, that sounds like a game where either people delete my number or spam my number. So I'm probably going to go no on this.
All right, how about you instead?
I'm sorry to say.
How about you instead? We were talking earlier in the show how much we hate
music.
Some of the ego-driven Syracuse broadcasters, Danny Parkins, Nick Wright, Filipponi. We despise Filipponi. Do you have a power rank?
Hate him dearly.
Oh, wow, there's music again. So, again, the inclination is yes. But, boy, it seems like I'd be jumping off a bridge. So, I'm probably going to say no, but you guys do know how to reel somebody in with a good stinger. I feel like Dick Wolf's going to show up and Gary Orbach. Is this an episode of Law and Order?
Top 3 prime time dramas, go.
You can do this one.
Okay. Law and Order, Murder, She Wrote, and is there a CSI Columbus?
Does Matlock with Kathy Bates count? I don't know.
Oh, Kathy Bates Matlock. How could I not? Oh, man.
Oh, no, power rank your Matlock.
Oh, my God. There's only 2? There's only 2.
I do love the music stinger, to be honest. This is a heck of a bit.
Jason, thank you so much for the time.
Sorry to put you through that.
Yeah, it was.
No, you're not. Don't be sorry. I had a blast debating whether or not I should play. People talk about cognitive dissonance all the time and what it does to your mind and how grating it can be. I had a wonderful time with that cognitive dissonance. That was great.
Hey, can I ask you a question? This is way offbeat.
Don't play the music.
What's the better? Yeah, don't play the music. What's the better movie? Is it The Natural or is it Major League?
I think it's Major League. I'm always for comedy. I think Major League's the answer. Yeah. Sorry.
No, thank you.
Baseball movies.
Thank you for backing me.
Baseball movies, go.
Oh, my God.
Summer Catch.
What if we ranked music stingers?
The Babe.
Music stingers. The fair use ones.
There's a reason why I had to ask you that question. Thank you so much, Jason.
Thank you for playing.
Jason will be on the call for the NBC and Peacock broadcast Sunday Night Baseball, 7 p.m. Jason, thank you so much for the time. All the best.
That is my favorite stinger. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Jason Benetti on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline.
Why?
I wanted to ask him power rank the guys he's doing the game with between CC and Corey Kluber. And
No.
Andrew Jones.
My God. Jason's going to be on the play-by-play for the Guardians and Atlanta Braves. The NBC Broadcast Network debut of Sunday Night Baseball, which now I kind of want to sound like John Miller when I'm doing it. 7 p.m. this weekend, NBC and Peacock going to be joined in the booth by Corey Kluber, Andrew Jones, and Inside Pitch commentator CC Sabathia. The reason I asked him that question coming up here in about 5 minutes. And do you want to have the Fun Augusta question?
Let's do it.
I want to do the Fun Augusta question, and coming in hot at 9:45, a once-in-a-lifetime chance on the Fan.
to come to these voluntary workouts, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Can I just share there was a reason why I asked Benetti that question at the end of it? Oh, I called him Benetti like I've known him for years. Can I tell you why?
He'll make a return trip. The returning champion.
You keep putting him on the spot like that, I don't know how that's going to go.
You don't think he liked that?
You know he's got a power ranking in his head. I don't care.
I want to know where he had Schriffen. That's what I want to know.
I have a power ranking in my head, and I ain't going to share it. Boom. How do you like that? I ain't sharing it. No.
Well, we can fix that right now.
No.
On the head.
No. I don't know who the Royals and Twins guys are.
The Twins guy's a Syracuse guy.
Well, then he goes to the bottom of the list.
Hate the Syracuse guys.
So no, you're a Syracuse guy. All you Syracuse guys do, you guys get out of college, you think I owe you everything.
And none of them are helping me.
I owe you nothing. And the fine people of Cleveland owe you nothing, all you Syracuse grads. Yes, Ryan McNaughton, I'm talking to you.
How many hours would that show have to go to on Fox to where Andrew Filipponi would be under consideration? 7th hour, an 8th hour?
You got to stop, man. You got to stop. He called me yesterday. He FaceTimed me yesterday.
Because they wanted you to
They wanted me to do the Jim Nantz. And I'm like, I'm not just some drawstring doll.
That is what they thought.
And then he goes, like Mueller gets on the phone and goes, hey. I'm like, what? He goes, do the Dusty Rhodes. I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? Yeah, they FaceTimed me yesterday while I was driving, Owen. I didn't realize I was on camera. I threw a Zen in. They go, oh, do your dip. I go, what? Oh, they can see me. Whoops-a-daisers. Anyway, the reason I asked him about the movie, the best movie, because John's a baseball guy, right? And I started quoting, during a break earlier today, I started quoting the scene where Charlie Sheen and Corbin Burnson get into the fight in the locker room. And I can quote it word for word. And he goes, you can quote that whole movie. I was like, maybe. I've seen it about 100 times. And he goes, is that your favorite baseball movie? I go, it's one of my 3 top favorite movies ever. That, Big Lebowski, and Goodfellas. Rudy's up there. I love Rudy. Yeah, I know. Sue me.
Human Centipede.
And he brought up Tusk. He goes, well, The Natural's the best baseball movie. And I got a take for everybody. The Natural is not the best baseball movie. People say The Natural is the best baseball movie because it's the
certain way.
It's the most artistic baseball movie. So it's the most well-regarded baseball movie by film buffs. So people want to sound. It's the same reason why I refused for years to say that Big Lebowski was my favorite movie, because I thought people would just go, oh, okay. I don't care now. You know what? Big Lebowski is my favorite movie. I love The Big Lebowski. It's my favorite movie. Major League is the better baseball movie. So what if it's funny? I don't care. I got a team of ragtag people going against their own owners to go to the American League Championship Series against the Chicago White Sox, which you didn't find out until Major League 2. I got that. I have a legendary broadcaster in Bob Uecker who's good in the movie. Everybody's good in the movie. While Wesley Snipes is a fantastic actor, people don't realize he's slow. That's why he's slowed down in the movie. It's a fantastic movie. It's just better.
Now, how would we feel?
I know Robert Redford's the best actor of all the 2 movies. I got it. And so is Wilford Brimley. He's up there, too. The better movie is Major League. You just don't want to say it because you want to seem like a film buff and you want to seem like you're the better baseball guy.
How would you feel about it if it wasn't a Cleveland movie, if it was about the Pittsburgh Pirates?
I would still love it. I swear to God.
Ken, Billy Joel uses The Natural's music before his concerts.
I don't care what Billy
That's
Joel
why it's amazing.
Did. I don't care what Billy Joel did. He should have got somebody to drive for him in the 90s.
Oh, come on.
I don't care about
That's
that.
a cheap shot.
John.
All right, what about Field of Dreams?
I like Billy Joel. People make mistakes.
What about Field of Dreams?
Field of Dreams is another tremendous movie. It's not Major League.
What about River of Dreams from Billy Joel?
Would most people...
I don't even know that. Downeaster Alexa is a great song. Bull hated that song. I love it.
Summer Highland Falls.
I love it more because Bull hated it.
Would most people say that A League of Their Own? Even more famous.
A League of Their Own is a fantastic movie. I actually thought for years because I'm a guy, I think I underrated it. Because I watched it as a kid. And I watched it with my mom. And it's like, well, yeah. And then it's like, no, it's a great movie. This is a fantastic movie. And it's kind of historically told pretty accurately, it seems. And you had, I think they had the real ladies at the end of the movie, right? Yeah, it's a fantastic movie. Because sometimes that's like forced. It's like, no, this is perfect. This is perfect. I thought it was great.
Well, you know I'm a big Rosie O'Donnell fan, so.
Of course you are.
Miss her show.
Coming in hot at 9:45.
Koosh balls.
Just admit that Major League's the superior movie. Everybody feels better when they do it. Just say it. It feels great.
Everybody does have to have an outside-the-box answer, too, though.
Okay, so you got some lady who wants to shoot Robert Redford in the movie. That ain't as good as Roger Dorn's wife getting back at him by sleeping with Charlie Sheen in the movie.
Which movie would improve if you swap the leads? If you put Robert Redford in Major League and Tom Berenger in...
We'd still be talking about
it because Tom Berenger's still telling us one of his Charlie Sheen stories from 10 years ago.
How come Big Fan didn't come up in this discussion? Patton Oswalt.
I saw a Big Fan.
The rookie.
I didn't mind it.
Yeah.
I didn't mind it. Rookie's okay. I don't like The Babe.
The Fan.
Fan's all right. I saw The Babe. I didn't mind The Babe. I was 8. I didn't know any better.
What about Trouble with the Curve?
Never saw it.
Something About Mary.
What, because Brett Favre shows up at the end?
No, they're looking for the baseball.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right.
I forgot about that. That's right. Warren couldn't find his baseball. It's a good movie. Another good movie. Yeah.
Can't do that today.
No, you can't.
Can't do that in movies.
Was that really shot at the Cleveland Library when he and Rene Russo got in the fight? She goes, oh, what a bunch of BS.
I thought it was.
What a bunch of
Was it not?
Bolsheviks. I have a much better body than she does.
Was that in Milwaukee?
Find out. I wanted to ask the Augusta question. We can't even ask the Augusta question.
I think we're out of time because we have coming
in
up a very special Coming In Hot. Yep. Our wives never called into the hotline. Maybe they can call into Coming In Hot as we've been phoneless for 3 hours, 36 minutes. Do you want to do an over? We're going to check the text messages. We're not going to have the phones. We're going to check to see how many. How many text messages for Ken? How many for me are sitting there?
Okay.
You have the break to figure it out, and then we'll look.
I feel so much better that I ripped the natural, and I can just admit it, guys. 216-474-0092. The Natural's a fine movie. It's just not Major League. 216-474-0092. Coming in hot. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste, which is ripped from another great sports movie. Keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Coming in hot. 216-474-0092. Coming up in 5 on The Fan.
ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
I'm excited for tonight. I'm excited for this weekend. I told you, man, Lima he can't believe how much Guardians I've watched over the last 4 years. Like Doug Mankiewicz having a renaissance. It's just, it becomes, I'm telling you, Tone, your kids reach a certain age and you'll catch back up. It just becomes part of your daily routine. Part of your daily routine. Are we just about ready for coming in hot? Do you want to get us our phones real quick? Are we allowed to have our phones yet?
No.
Well, we got to see how many text messages we've missed.
Why?
You let me have the one earlier.
My guess for me was 54. That's how many texts.
I bet I have 6, and they're from Keith. What do I got?
Does it say?
I bet
I am just counting on the fly here. It looks like 2, 4, 5, 6. You got about 8.
Me or him?
Yeah.
Figured.
Ken Carman.
Yeah. I don't get as many
I'm
as
on the
Tone.
group chats. It's not about me. It's the group chats.
Yeah.
Anthony doesn't show me any of his, and apparently my face won't unlock your phone.
Well,
I have very restrictive access.
you and I are going to have to fix it. Why do you have such restrictive access,
My wife was
Tone?
complaining, too, about that.
They always, like, her friends are, I'll like reach and snatch the phone away from my wife, and they're like, why do you do that? And I go, because my friends and I send very inappropriate things to each other, and I don't need my wife reading that. Time for coming in hot. It's that simple.
All right, Cleveland, it's time to get whatever you want off your chest. Cleveland, you're coming in hot. The phone lines are open now.
I'm not trying to run around on the lady. I got it pretty damn good, but boy, me, you, and Owen and our buddies, we've sent some strong things to each other. Please keep your comments within the boundaries of good taste. Hello, you're coming in hot.
You know, in the spirit of Diana Rossini, I think Maury Povich is going to do some insider information to learn about Lima's dad.
Okay, that passes.
I'm glad I didn't kill that before.
You were running over to
thinking
it.
about it. I had my finger on the button.
Got my finger on the pulse.
Hello, you're coming in hot.
The following preview has been approved for some audiences. It's been decades since Heavenly Claus. Now, the wait is finally over. You Made Me Do This Pictures proudly present the second installment in the Ken Carman cinematic universe, Texas Roadhouse. Do you win all your eating competitions? Nobody wins an eating competition. It's got action. Where's my stapler? It's got drama. Wendy's! Wendy's! It's got nudity. Hey, look what I found in the woods. Texas Roadhouse, coming soon to Crackle, or Tubi, or, I don't know, one of the crappy ones.
That's you made me do this, you got to be a listener to know about the time I found the John Holmes Classic Body Shop in the woods, in the Watson Woods, when I was in 6th grade. I remember they picked it up, and there was the weight of it, and they go, what's this? I go, that's porn. We got to go over to Matt's house. We forgot to close the drapes, though, on the bay window, and I remember Carl, the World War II veteran, out standing outside raking the leaves.
Lingering for quite a while. A lot of leaves to be raked and to do a thorough job.
Carl's going, boys, might want to close the blinds next time. There's like 7 of us sitting there in sweatpants watching all this.
Was he watching the video or you guys?
Probably a little bit of column A and column B. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Here at the Fan Fight Night, the opponents set to face the tag team of JP and Nick Wilson. First, a man known by many names. The Slippery Wizard. The Hot Take, Tough Talking Vampire. The Mad, Bad, No Dad Lad, Anthony Lima. And his partner, hailing from places unknown, and also Canton, accompanied by the ring by his manager, Lady Mahogany. He is the immovable object. A good wrestler, a really good wrestler. He's the Streetsboro Sasquatch, Ken Carman.
I think he's a wonderful player. What happened? Really wonderful player. What happened to the Bigfoots? They're all gone. It was a story for like 24 hours, and now they're all gone. People saw 9 of them.
By the Bigfoot people.
Exactly.
Where have all the Bigfoots gone?
I told you guys.
It's my favorite song.
Shut up. Hello, you're coming in. You're coming in hot.
Knock, knock, Ken.
Who's there?
Cargo.
Cargo who?
Moon.
No, owls go who? Cars go.
Very highbrow. It separates this show from the others.
That's great. Why am I laughing so hard at that? Hello, you're coming in hot.
Make sure you check those voicemails from Liz. Rolling down the street, smoking, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back. With my mind on my money and my money on my mind.
You can't say the type of dope.
Why not?
You can say Indo.
Yeah, I was about to say he squelched himself. Indo, more like into couch. Am I right? Am I right?
Now they're chewing on gummies.
Not for me, Kenny. Not for me.
Oh, okay.
Not my speed.
Hello, you're coming in hot.
Now, speed.
Well, I think Ken's a wonderful radio host, a really wonderful radio host. But I saw him at the Olive Garden the other day. He was throwing back those glistening breadsticks. I tell you, I couldn't tell the difference between him and the Michelin Man.
Check my ass up.
3 stars.
Tour Italy, man. Always my go-to.
Now, wait a
You get a
second.
little bit of everything.
Yeah, you get a taste of everything.
Now
you get
that-
the tour.
Is Michelin now encroaching on Goodyear's turf?
Why?
That's what it sounds like. Just wait till they show up the Bridgestone.
We could take 2 more.
Man.
Hello, you're coming in hot.
Let's wind the clocks back a year. These NFL head coaches wouldn't dare sleep with your wife in Arizona. What happened? Your balls drop off? Mike Vrabel, let's put a smile on that face.
What? Hello, you're coming in hot.
My weekend plans, Gabagoo and Mahogany Rossellini.
Oh, my God. I hope. Oh, he was. Oh, I thought he was done. I thought he was done. I thought he was done. I'm sorry. Boy, if she retired from dancing, she should really think about a comeback. She is famous. Famous Lady Mahogany. Which apparently there was another. It's like Gallagher. Somebody sent me an email. I go, that wasn't the Lady Mahogany I knew.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I swear to God. It's like Gallagher and his brother.
Were there multiple Morgana the Kissing Bandits?
I don't know about that. It's like Blippy. He's got a team of Blippies out there now helping him.
Would Morgana the Kissing Bandit, would she get like tasered as she in today's age?
In 2016, yeah.
Would she face plant?
It's 2026.
I don't think
I forgot. It's 2026.
I don't think her face would actually hit the turf.
All right, one more. Hello, you're coming in hot.
Yeah, I got cheated on in the 8th grade, and I know the guy was fat. Now all because of Ken. His laces, the knots was tied on the inside. Had to be a fat ass. Yeah, look at him.
Wait a second.
That's how you know I'm not fat. I don't.
It's taller.
Tie him on the inside.
That's the way.
It's taller, laying down and standing up.
People are like, "Hey, fat ass, get it right about Michigan." And I was tweeting back at people going, "I tie my shoes in the middle,
They
not
didn't
on
call
the
you
inside."
Fat ass. They called you.
They called me something else.
Something.
It was fat something.
Sitting in the studio,
Which apparently has come back on the internet, and it's come back with vengeance.
Die hard in it.
Jason Benetti, he isn't going to join us. He was already on the show, and you can find that on 923thefan.com, as well as the Rewind feature powered by Integrated Restoration on the free Odyssey app. Locate where your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Also, thanks to Daryl Ruiter, who said, well, he wouldn't be surprised if they made the finals, and he wouldn't be surprised if they got bounced in the first round, your Cleveland Cavaliers.
Wide range of outcomes.
Right.
Anything's possible.
Oh, baby. So, you're preaching to the choir here.
This is the most Pat Shurmur answer ever. I'm sorry, Daryl.
Knock it off. Not in the mood for that today.
They could lose in the first round. They could win the finals. All right, we're back Monday, 6 to 10. For Big Country, for Jeff, for what's his name? John. For the Slippery Wizard, Anthony Lima, I'm Ken Carman. Have a wonderful Tall Boy Friday, my friends.
Vodka, whiskey, beer, tequila, more beer, more vodka, more whiskey, and more beer.
Hey, sounds good. Where's your entourage now?
Cool, I got on the last show. Bye, honey. Have a great day.
It's time for some commercials.